Lights. I am back, and I'm going to be playing this ROM hack called Pokemon Hollow Woods. I am going in completely blind, and oh yeah, I should just say Pokemon Hollow Woods is by Nine Age. Basically, it's 9NH together with no spaces. So anyway, I am going in completely blind in this, so new game. Standard. Beep. Welcome to the Pokemon League automated registration system. Requested to register as a Pokemon trainer. Please provide the following personal information so your request can be processed. Select the image that will be displayed on your trainer card. Okay. Please confirm your appearance. Yes. Enter your name. Okay. Please confirm your name. Eve. Yes. Successfully registered with the Oaklar Pokemon League. Your trainer card will arrive by mail in several business days. Enjoy your travels. Comments about the registration process should be directed to the Pokemon Senate Trainer Registration Office. Several business days later. Episode 1, Beginnings. Hello and welcome back to Who's That Senator? Today we're going to learn about the Senator, Mara of the Lavender faction. Like all of the Oaklar region senators, Mara is elected by the people. She helps to make the region's laws and runs her local Senate office and Pokemon Gym. Mara's biggest political I just can't talk today. Mara's biggest political goal, increasing the trade between the Oaklar region and other regions. Of course, some say that this is crowding out our native Pokemon species. Meet more senators after a word from our sponsor, Silph. Okay, so this is how I put up the menu. Eve, come sit down with me for a minute. And oh, she's Mara. Okay. You woke up late, kiddo. Oh, you were watching a segment about me on TV? Well, of course I watched. A good senator is always aware of their public image. The segment had to mention native species. I suppose they're looking to blame someone for the extinctions. But chin up, Eve. You're helping me get some good publicity today. Of course, that's not that box up to Professor Larch and Fall on Town. You know she wanted you to pick a Pokemon when you arrived, but you'll need to borrow one to make it through the tall grass. Why don't you take a peek in the box and pick one out? Just to borrow, you understand. Okay. Oh, that's... Okay, yes, Vulpix. Oh, and this one's a female. Okay. So, what shall I name you? She said only to borrow, but I'm guessing I'm gonna be stuck with whatever I choose to get. Okay, let's see. What should I name her? I'll call her May. A wise choice, just as expected. Now, one last gift from me before you go. Those shoes will help you get to Falumber Town faster. Just hit the shift button and toggle out auto run in the options menu. I'm going to be taking Pokegear calls from donors all morning, but I'll catch up with you after you meet the professor. Good luck, sweetie. Make me proud. Wait, how do I exit? Okay, so I press X to exit out. Okay. So much for trying to catch a Pokemon. You know what? I'm just gonna run. And I need to get out of here. I'm just gonna getting paralyzed again. Eve, you took your time getting here, didn't you? And you've already picked a Pokemon? I would have expected nothing else. Anyway, why was I waiting for you? Oh, that's right, the others are waiting for us. Come wait this way. Now that package, where was it? Oh, of course, Eve has it. I guess I have Butterfreeze on the brain today. Eve, could I have the package, please? Amazing. So, as Eve has already chosen Vulpix, Tintin, go ahead and pick a Pokemon. Given the options, I guess I'll go with the Remoraid. And that leaves Hermia with my personal favorite. Cottony, I'm so excited to meet you! Now, as you already know, I'm a science advisor to the Pokemon segment. I've been asked to collect data on Oblar's native Pokemon species. The only problem is they seem to be difficult to find. The Pokemon you've just been given are some of the last known native species to be caught. To help with my research, I'm asking you to collect some data on the Pokemon you encounter on your travels. To do so, you'll need this. The Pokédex is a high-tech device that records data on every species that you come across. But of course, you already knew that. Now, I'm late for a Senate meeting. Why don't you kids take some time to get acquainted? Oh, and Eve, I promised Mara that you would go home and show her your Pokédex. Make sure to stop by before heading off on your journey. Well, I'm sure that I'll see you all soon. Hi there, I'm Hermia. Can I just say how cool it is that Senator Mara is your mom? Like, she's basically my political idol. One of the greatest female senators ever. You're going home now? Do you think you could, like, get me her autograph? Oh, stop being such a grumpy dead end. He doesn't realize how cool it is to be a senator. That's not why I'm angry, okay? I just don't think it's fair that Eve got a head start just for having a famous mom. You may have gotten a head start, Eve, but don't let your guard down. I'm right on your heels. Weird kid, huh? He lives in your town, doesn't he? So weird that you don't know him better. Anyway, I'm gonna hang around town for a while. Come and hang out after you visit your mom. I'll be waiting for that autograph. hype to it at the start. It's called Pokemon Hollow Woods. I think I'll play this game for just a couple of hours and then I'll... I mean, the title screen made it look like it was okay. Now I can get it. And the Apricorn Bill. Mora, are you insane? Argus, if you don't import apricorns from home, we can't make Pokeballs. Do you want the Pokemon League to collapse? When I was a boy, Oblar had its own native species. We had our own native plants. Now it's just apricorns from Johto and Meowth from Kanto. Times have changed, Argus. They can change again. They can change again. Eve, I'm sorry you had to see that. It's inside. and him or any of his cronies from the Crimson faction. Wait, you look exhausted. Let me take your Pokemon for a few minutes. All better. Now, what was I saying? Right, Argus. He blames the trade bills that we passed for causing our native species to go extinct. But really, he's obsessed with the version of the region that no longer exists. We can't bring our native species back the way that they were, but we can bring the Pokemon world together by importing the best of every region. What I need from you, Eve, is to help me show how much I care about our native species. Travel the region, challenge senators, and get some publicity in the process. And I almost forgot, take these with you. Now, no one can say that you aren't trying your best to capture those native species. Well, good luck with everything, sweetie. Visit often. Oh yeah. I see now. also serving as this route's super trainer. I'll battle you if you beat every other trainer around here. Let's see. Let's see which one is stronger. Wait, was it? Anyway, I had an idea here. I no, we should challenge Jim. Not only will we be researching the Pokemon in Oldmar, I'll get to meet the senators too. Soon I'll be on my way to being a senator myself. What's that? Let's see if so much what I compare. Excuse me? Yeah, help the two of you. Who are you, and what were you saying about damaging the great forest? The smell of this of the urban activity There's the Oplar army that way. The Oplar army? I frequently forget that our name brainwashed the okay. Here we go. Here's a list of regions our region is disappearing. More of the Lavender faction have tried to join every region together. Our data is our way of life. Well, in that weekly Argus, who to speak Polar has failed to stop them. And now we have a grand plan. A plan to show them all the error of the ways. Your plan. If your plan is so secret, why are you telling us all of this? Because you're going to let us set your style of it. Why am I telling you? Doesn't matter. Out right here and now. Of course this happened when I... have been defeated. Until the current Senate is toppled, the Oplar army will continue. I'll be seeing you. I'm so sorry I froze up there, Ian. I just panicked. I mean, who could be so against the Senate that they want to take it out entirely? I'm going to report this in Whitecrest City. If you decide to challenge Jim, you can report it too. I'm sure the Senate will sort this out right away. Okay, yeah, I'm just going to... Dang it. Okay, that's Professor. Dang. Can you let me out? Okay. Yo! Welcome to the White Crest Gym, homie. I made you answer lots of questions about drinks, but there's only one drink that matters, yo. Energy drinks. Being a senator takes so much energy. But I'm hyped and ready to go. Bring it on, kid. For the love of Dang it. Dang it. Okay. That guy really made me work for it. Madam the head senator, you're here already. I mean, not that I expected you to be slow, or any part of the Senate to be slow, and not that you were too fast. What I'm trying to say is, talk. Sorry, ma'am. Mara Argus and I were on our way to see you anyway. We have also received word about the group calling itself the Oblar Army. A group that, I might add, supports the agenda of Senator Argus's faction. Argus. I should join them, but I wanted to check in. Hold on a second. Sorry about that. I know that what you saw in the forest was scary, but we can take it from here. Should just focus on finding those native species. If you find it hard to get anywhere, just use my name and doors will open for you. Well, time for me to go and save the region. Game audio is really loud. Oh, okay. Let's see. Hold on. I think. Better? Hey, not really. Okay. There. Better? Oh wait, I already healed my Pokemon here. Okay. Okay. Better? Still go lower? Okay. enough. If Vulpix is supposed to be my starter, then it should be able to evolve by now. A fire-type Remoraid and a water-type Cottony. I'm so sick and tired of paralysis. I did get something. Don't tell me. Nope, that doesn't work. Okay, so according to this, the starter Pokemon seem to evolve at like 28, so that's a long way from then. I'm always getting so tired of paralysis. You know what? I'm not. I'm going to avoid the flappy. Hey, Whitecrest losers! When is your precious Lavender faction going to finish this bridge? As if we want our town to be connected to scum from Raccoon City. Get real. Your Lavender faction supported the destruction of Oblar's native species, while your Crimson faction is nothing but extremists. Root, Visigoth, Mankey, Loser, Iota. What a shame that you had to see that there. For years, the residents of Whitecrest and Rough Moon have met every week to shout out at each other across this here river. The Pokemon Senate thought building a bridge might solve the problems, but it was never finished. Not that you need any learning about the Pokemon Senate. If I'm not mistaken, you're the wee child of Senator Mora. She's done me a great many good deeds over the years. I can never be of any help. And if I can be of any help, don't hesitate to tell me. You can usually find me near my ship in Whitecrest City. Years ago, I only sailed around the Hoenn region, but when your mother expanded regional travel, I began to visit Oblar. We owe so much to her. Now, what can I do for you? What's that? You'd like to visit Sharptooth Island? Yes, for the busy life you must lead. But certainly what you're asking is no problem at all. You've come to the right man. Pico, we're setting sail, my darling. Welcome back to the Oblar News Network. Today, debate continued over how to best address the group calling itself the Oblar Army. The Content faction is pushing to appease the group by working to bring back Oblar's native species and cutting off trade with other regions. The Lavender faction and the head senator, meanwhile, intend to maintain their current policies. Both sides insist that the Oblar Army will be taken down before any damage is done to the region. More to follow after this message from our sponsor, Castelia Cones. Ahoy! We've hit land on Sharptooth Island. I suppose you're off to train at the Sharptooth Ruins? Pico and I will be enjoying the island's famous beaches. Come on. Come on. Please, please stay in the ball. Yes! Okay. 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 Let's see. Fairyland. I think I'm gonna take a break from this game for a bit. Besides, I said I wanted to play some indie horror games, so I will be doing that soon after this break. So thoughts on this game so far? I feel like it's very politics heavy, given the story so far. From what I gather, politics is a very messy business. So anyway, I'll be right back. I forgot to mute the mic. Okay. So anyway. Hold on. So you know, this is taking up most of my space. So, oh wait. So I won't be able to see what you guys are saying. So, let's check this out then. We're playing a game called Gavril. Which is by Bart? Or Partula? You wake up to the loud crash downstairs. Sounds like something broke. If you could blame this on a pet or a sibling, that would be great, and you could go right back to sleep. Unfortunately, you live entirely alone. You have no choice but to check it out. Go downstairs. You climb out of bed with your phone and fetch the baseball bat out of your closet for good measure. You make your way downstairs, pretty confident in your ability to maneuver through the house in the dark. But the minute your foot touches the bottom of the stairs, you find it stuck in something. No matter how much you pull, something around your shoe only pulls back. You're scared to put your other foot down, and you're unable to walk any further to turn the living room lights on. You hold your phone in front of you and activate the flashlight, illuminating your surroundings. You're unsure what you're expecting, but that is indeed a whole man in front of you. You notice whatever you were stepping on retreat and crawl away from you. You take the opportunity to swing the bat right for his head. The man collapses. He wakes up back up in the dining room. He seems pleasantly surprised. You weren't exactly looking to commit manslaughter, but if you swung any harder and at the right spot, you might have. But maybe I should. Fortunately for him, you're more curious for answers than anything. You may just have to live with the concussion for now, for a bit. You observe him silently as he takes his time to fully wake up and process the predicament he's in. He struggles to move where he is thanks to the zip ties around his wrists. Do you really want to talk to me? Are you lonely? Just curious to see what would happen if I said this. Maybe. So far, the line keeps keeping company. If you'll time me, I'm sure your honesty. Not happening. That's too bad. Say I give them lazy hugs. Are hugs the reward? I don't think I want that. There's only one way. This guy sucks. Why haven't I called cops yet? On your lap. The stranger doesn't notice. I'm going to call the cops. Arch. I'm surprised satisfies you hadn't already. You really are lonely. He just keeps on talking. You look down at your phone as you're so close to dialing 911. So close. If you did, you wouldn't find out what's wrong with this guy. Why he's in your house of all places? Calm down. Why his decision? I guess I could call you my friend if I knew your name. The stranger who's going to entertain your questions. Here's the last thing you should do is make me upset. It's me. Well, I'm Gabriel. Love to shake your hand. Well, I don't think I'm gonna touch your hand after seeing all that nasty crud around you. Or from you. Shudder at the idea of that stuff deep inside him. Oh, don't mind all that. It's hard to explain what it is, really, but you don't have to worry about it for as long as I am satisfied. Promise. Are you satisfied right now? You have a feeling you know the answer to this already. It would be more satisfying if you had it untied. This position is very... Best to be safe. Don't call me. Yeah, let me just get some scissors together and I'll be right back. Other room. Eve, there are already scissors in this room. I can see them right there. Oh. Huh? You're right. Let me get those then. Your heart is pounding. You did not think that through. Wait, why are you so nervous? It's not like he can do anything tied up like that. You're perfectly safe. Aren't you? You take a deep breath and get up, or try to anyway. Your feet can't move. Wait, hold on. You look under the table and at your feet only to see that pitch black mass crawl towards you. It slides under your shoes and curls around them and then up your legs. You begin to kick at them in panic and attempt to get up from your seat, but you're stuck. What the heck, man? I'm trying to get the scissors. How are you doing that? Stop! I think you know what to do to make it stop. No, you can't let him scare you like this. You grab your phone and immediately dial 911. You continue to kick at the mass in the process. Hello, police? Please help. There's an intruder in my house. You're so close, focused on the phone, on the black sludge making its way up your body. You don't even notice Gabriel right next to you, snatching the phone out of your hand. He's out of his restraints. He hangs up the phone call and drops the phone onto the floor. How did you... You'll find out soon. What? You look down at yourself, shocked to see the black mass has covered most of your body now, having reached your torso and creeping towards your neck. You try to move, but to your shock, you had lost all feeling in your limbs. It was hard to tell where they began or ended while coated like this. Everything felt numb. You're paralyzed, watching yourself slowly consumed by the substance. What is happening to me? You'll help me let it grow, Eve. I guess this is another way to satisfy me. Or rather, it. Every cryptic explanation out of Gabriel makes you want to puke. You can't seem to feel your stomach anymore. Or anyway. The mass reaches your face and continues to cover every surface inch of your head, muffling your pleas and obscuring your view of Gabriel. The feeling is suffocating, and you figure, with the last moments of consciousness, you are no longer yourself. Okay, let me try this again. Okay, let's see what happens if I untie him. This is for the best, you hope. You won't regret this. You hope even harder. You reluctantly get up to grab a pair of scissors and cut the zip tie around Gabriel's wrist. He immediately stretches his arms above his head and takes off the split to fully reveal his face. Ah, so much food. Thank you, Keith. It's a chat you want. It's a chat you'll get. Well, okay. I mostly just need to know. Why did you break into my house? A friend led me here. I'm hungry, so we might have smelled something good. I don't know where to run out. Now that I think about it. Wait, there's more of you? It's not comforting to know your house is a potential buffet. Oh, he and Ryan look alike. For one, he is a rat. A rat? You're friends with a rat? Wait, I remember you had a tail, just like a rat. What are you talking about? It takes a moment to process what you mean. But that's not a tail. It's more like a third arm. Not that there's anything wrong with tails or rats having tails. Hey, don't worry. It's nice to look on you. Oh, thank you. It does make stealing pretty easier. You don't have to steal anything. Look, I'll get you something to eat. Maybe save some for your friend too, wherever he is. You're too kind. Geez, he is friends with the rat. Head to the fridge and take a plate of cheese and set it on the table in front of Gabriel. He immediately lunges for it to dig in. I love cheese. How did you know? Just a hunch. In an instant, the cheese is gone. He really was starving. I've got to save some for my friend. It's okay, if I see him around, I'll get him some too. I'm not sure if you really mean that. So, why are you breaking into homes for food? By the sounds of it, you might be the lonely one here, considering he's friends with. Like, I'm a hungry guy with no money. There's so many ways to get a free meal that isn't just stealing from someone's fridge. I prefer to do it. Well, tonight was fun for you, was it? Getting tied up and all? No, it was still fun. I got cheese after all. It made me very happy. Oh, isn't that nice? Still a feeling nagged at you that you are incredibly lucky to be in this position unharmed. So all that slimy stuff, do you control it, or? Yes, it's been useful to me. It's hard to say if it's a tool or us friends sometimes. See that this guy has such poor perception of friendship. The moment you entertain the idea to ironically be his friend, before you quickly snap yourself back to rationality. So does it keep company? Can you communicate with it? I'm not sure, honestly. It's not easy to tell if it can feel anything. Wait, what? You activist. I have a lot of traveling left to do, but I don't mind that I made a stop for cheese. Right? I won't keep you any longer. Gabriel gets up and makes his way to the front door. Watch him with an uneasy expression, but you suppose he has no reason to stay and continue to intimidate you. Lovely. I don't know if I said that right. You'll cross paths again in the future. I wouldn't count on it. You nervously waved goodbye and breathed a sigh of relief, knowing that hell will soon be over. You're shocked you're even still alive. Best of all, you can finally go back to sleep. Ending 5. Spared. Okay. I was just wondering if there's a credit scene. Let me see if I can find anything else. Sorry, that was very loud. Mm, I'll be right back, and see what else I can find. Hello everyone, I am back, and I am gonna be playing a game called We Never Left. This game is by Fire Games. Fire as in spelled with a Y, F-Y-R-E. This is gonna be pretty different from games that I usually play, so let's jump right in. And just so you know, I won't be able to look at the chat because it takes up most of my screen. Alright, let's start. This feels spooky. Okay. So I think the time this game takes place is the 1980s.
Please leave your message after the tone.
Hello, this is William, and you don't know me, but your cousin Michael works for me at Claustra Studios, and he has not shown up to work at all this week, and nobody in the office has heard from him. So, of course, I stopped by his house to see if he was okay, and his car was in the driveway, and I swear I thought I saw someone walk by the attic window, but nobody answered the door. But I did find a note on the door, which is why I'm calling you. And it just has your name, number, and a message that says, finish the game. So, Michael's known around the office for being a little bit off, but this is strange, like really strange even for him. And, as I'm sure you know, he typically keeps very to himself, but he has talked a little about you and how you guys used to write the Choose Your Own Adventure stories together. So, I hope you know what this all means, and of course, I hope Michael is okay, but we really need to get in touch with him. So, when you get in touch with him, please tell him to call us at the office. Okay, thanks so much, bye-bye.
Okay. Following experience frequently utilizes classic text adventure gameplay. If you find yourself getting stuck, feel free to reference the help menu at any time. Michael gave me this key years ago. I don't know why, but he insisted I keep it. We haven't spoken in years. should get the lights. Okay, so this is how I move. Okay. It's on, okay. Okay, that's to turn on that light. Maybe there's a light switch in here. That's an outlet, I think. Ah, here we go. Okay. Okay, there's a light switch. And I think I'm supposed to turn on the lights that's in here, but I don't know where it would be in here. Oh, here we go. Oh wait, if I... Okay, I was checking the switch, the shift button. Bedroom door is locked. I don't have the key to unlock it. Okay. I don't... If I want to listen, I'll need something to play this on. Okay. Maybe it will be better if it was full screen, I don't know. The heck is that sound? What's it doing here? Okay.
Alright, and good. Okay, my name is Dr. Miller. It is January 23rd, 1983. Could you state your name and age?
Hey, why is this being recorded?
This is just for record keeping and review purposes. I promise that these tapes aren't going to leave this office.
Okay.
So, name and age?
Yeah, Michael Krieger, 32.
And what brings you to see me today, Michael?
I thought I filled all that out on the paperwork.
Yes, but I always like to ask. It's just nice to hear you share it in your own words in person.
Well, I guess I just feel kind of stuck.
Could you expand on that at all?
A lot of it is work. And don't get me wrong, I'm grateful that I'm able to work for a video game company. It's what I love to do. I just... Fuck, sorry.
No, it's okay. Say it how you feel it. You don't have to censor yourself.
I just thought I'd be able to express myself a bit more, you know? I'm really craving that creative freedom. I get there's a market for those fantasy games we make, but I just feel like I could be making more.
What do you mean by more?
Something real, something that would make you feel something, I don't know.
And is this feeling just related to work?
No, but it's a big cause of it.
Okay. So, I did want to talk to you about what you wrote in your paperwork. There are certain things that I find concerning. I'd really like if we could talk about that, if you're able.
Yeah, could we not? At least not yet. I'm just not...
No, it's okay. I understand. We can circle back to that later, okay?
Okay.
house. Okay, March 15th, 1983. I've been at work pretty relentlessly trying to make something great. A lot of the work has just been watching movies. Halloween, Chainsaw Massacre, The Shining, etc. They're fine, but it needs something else. I'm not sure what. When I watch Jason Voorhees chasing campers, I feel nervous, sure, but scared? I feel tense and I feel worried for the character. But I know that I'm okay, so I don't feel that horror. I don't feel like I'm in any danger. It feels so disingenuous, disingenuous. Plus, it's really difficult to capture that visual aspect with the tech I have available. All I really have is text. Text and more text. Not much of a reader, but maybe I should check out the Shiny novel. Could translate better to my games. March 17th, 1983. I've thought more about it. I think I was wrong. Maybe the technology won't allow much in the way of visual horror, but that doesn't mean I can't find another way. I'll keep trying, but I think I'm onto something. March 18th, 1983. I've got it.
We are recording. This is Dr. Miller. It is March 20th, 1983, and I'm speaking with Michael Krieger, age 32. How are you doing today, Michael?
Actually, I'm doing pretty good.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, I think I've got something figured out.
What do you mean by that?
Like, you remember last session how I talked about feeling stuck? I think I found a way out.
Oh, and how's that?
I decided to make my own game. Something that no one at the company would understand. It's gonna be amazing.
And what does everyone at work think about this?
I haven't gone in a few days.
And why is that?
I feel stifled there. Yeah, I go back, but I need this time to work on my work. I need to focus on this one thing.
Well, I'm glad you found something, but please remember you need to take care of yourself, too.
I know. I know. Trust me, this is all gonna be great.
Well, it's great that you found something.
Yeah, don't I know it?
And are you still writing in that journal?
Oh, yeah.
Would I be allowed to see it?
Not just yet. It's not quite finished yet.
Finished?
Yeah, it's not done.
I'm not sure what you mean. The journal isn't exactly something you finish. It's more like a continuous stream of thought.
I know. Just. I'll let you look soon. Okay?
Okay.
Okay. April 20th, 1983. Everything is in place. I haven't slept in days, but this is going to be worth every second of exhaustion. I keep getting calls from work asking where I've been. I don't see the point in answering. They never understood, so why would they start now? I'm about to make a better game than any of those jerks could ever imagine. There are a lot of risks involved, but this is some really good stuff. Time to create true horror. I picked up my play tester. I needed someone special, someone who I felt that if anyone would understand the importance of what I'm doing. He didn't like my ideas much when we were just writing stories, but I've matured. I know how to execute. Everything is perfect. Okay, let's see if I can find something. Me in here? You? No. This looks like a good enough time waster. Okay. Can I open these? No. Oh, there it is. Why didn't Michael lock up his bedroom? Last line of defense in case there's a home invasion, I'm guessing? Oh. Oh, that was the thunder. Okay. Okay, it looked like he had a cat that has gone missing. Camera? A woman reading in her living room from an outside window. Who's taking this picture? Instruction sheet? Wait. Okay. A chest. Okay. Don't know. Wait. I don't know. Please insert a data storage device. Okay, so I'm guessing the thing I need is in this chest, which I have to figure out the code for. Okay. Okay, so I have to figure out what the code is. Front, have you seen everything you need, or have you been missing something? Front and back. Front and back. What does it mean? Back, front and back. In the trash or not? I'm guessing the clue is in here. Okay. Okay. I'm trying to figure out what it is. I have a feeling it has to do with this. Okay, so am I just dumb? Have you been seeing everything you need, or have you been missing something? And I have a feeling it has to do with this. Jeez. What am I missing? I'm trying to figure it. Wait. Okay, I'm gonna try to look. Are you freaking kidding me? Okay, so that's an 8. This one's blank. Eight. Okay, let's see if I got this. Okay. It's open! Another one of Michael's games. Is this what he was talking about? Fine. Massacre 1983. Okay, you feel heavy with both the weight of your cargo and your conscience as you bear toes graze the asphalt beneath you through your worn shoes. You marched onward. You knew exactly where to go next. The axe you lugged behind you made screeching noises as the metal grinded across the street. You arrive at your destination, the old Miller house. A quaint rustic home with 2 floors. There's a door directly in front of you. Beside on your left is an old car. To your right, a path to the backyard. I'm sorry, I didn't understand that. Understand that. Okay. Oh! Okay, backyard? You move quietly to the backyard. It's not as spacious as you would have thought, but the grass is trimmed. Alright. Um, okay, so maybe I say open it? Back door is locked. Front door. Okay. Pick lock. Okay. Unlock. You cannot do this with your bare hands. Okay. Find key. Key. Okay. Go to front door. Okay. Then a car. Go back. Okay, you feel heavy with both the weight of your cargo and your conscience. As your bare toes graze the asphalt. Okay. The door. Door. You approach the front door. It's a beautiful shade of red. Architecture sets the scene perfectly. What's happening feels like a true moment. Knock. Open door. The door is locked. Okay. Axe. Break. Okay. Let me try something else. Okay. Search pocket for key. Okay, examine. Okay. Open door with key. You don't have any keys. Go back. Um, go back. Look for a key. Okay, why isn't it working? Go to car. Open door. Okay, it's not... Is my enter button not working? To backyard. It's not working. Go backyard. is not entering. I'm pressing the enter button, but it's not doing anything. Go back. Okay. I don't know if the game is busted or what. Hmm. Okay. You know what? I think I'm gonna quit this game because this, for some reason, is not working with me. Am I missing something here? I thought it looked cool, but it's not really helping. Okay, I'm gonna try something else. I thought it looked really cool, but for some reason, it stopped taking my commands and it won't even let me enter any. Not even to say that, no, I'm sorry, we did not understand that. So I guess I just have to see. Let's see, Yeah, part of me is kind of blaming my own computer for that because it looks like it runs more smoothly on other people's streams. Um, but yeah, I think I might just stick with the visual novels for now. Okay, this next game I'll be playing is called Decentra by Safin. I don't know if that's how you pronounce it. Then, there we go. Oh, uh, didn't mean to do that. Hold on. There we go. Here we go. Start. This game content and themes on death, loss, grief, violence, the animal death, imprisonment, flashing imagery, jump scares, intoxication, horrific imagery and descriptions, mental illness, suicide, not involving main characters, and loud sounds that players may find uncomfortable or disturbing. My breath comes out in puffy smokes as I limp through the rain. It blurs my vision, forcing me to feel my way through the forest with wind crushing against me from all sides. I've never been much for prayer, but would it be too late to start now? Feel like digging my claws into anything that might make me feel less alone right now. And again, what God would hear someone like me out? I fumble over tangles of roots and slip over wet moss. My bones instantly shudder from the cold shock that shoots up my arms as my nails grab onto a nearby rock. The cuts all over my body start to sting again, and a pathetic whine escapes my throat. My mother would have a riot if she could see me now. I can hear her snide remark already. See what happens when you don't listen to me. As if I wouldn't survive long enough to hear the real deal. I sniffle in frustration and try to shake the feeling away with the rain dripping down my face. She's always right, of course. For just a moment, I thought I had finally gotten what I wanted so badly, earned all on my own in spite of how it was always placed out of my reach. It was almost worth the consequences that came after. Lost in thought, I lose control of my limbs. I'm not used to controlling them all at once, and it's enough to throw me back into the slick earth. My eyes begin to burn. The ice of the rain and the pain that drags along my body suddenly overwhelm me. The storm above is harsh, and the thick canopy of trees above me does little to shield me from its rage. Instead, the trees passively turn their leaves away. If I had the guts, I'd throw my grandmother's most colorful curses at them. But I don't. I force myself to take a deep breath. I shakily lift myself from the ground, trying hard to ignore the bite of pain that comes from my arm. For in the middle of summer it pours hard. The rain comes down like shards of ice against my skin, like it falls with the intent to hurt. In the middle of it, in the puddle in front of me, I watch it disturb the reflection with ripples. In the brief moments where the reflection almost settles, I see piercing yellow eyes and dark fur, and wilted ears, sleek and clinging to the small, vulnerable form of a wolf pup. The voice of my grandmother hisses in my mind. What have you done, Basil? I need to get back home. Oh, so we're a wolf. We're a wolf pup. Okay. I tear away from the puddle and trek on. Please, something lead me back home. Something, anything. After making my wish, I wonder if it's a wise thing to ask this forest for a favor. Maybe my weariness is starting to play tricks on my mind, because I swear something answers. It's so faint that I question if it's even real. Ah, a howl cuts through the wind, or perhaps it's the wind that shrinks away from the sound that ambles through. Finding my way through the storm has left my body exhausted. My mind might be neglecting its responsibility to remember what reason is. All my instincts scream to ignore it, but my heart, a stupidly curious thing, makes me take a step forward. My fuzzy ears pick up the sound of my heart pounding. I try to convince myself it's because of fear. I need to focus on where the howling's coming from. As I get closer to the sound, it begins to resemble crying. The storm also seems to mysteriously retract its claws. Is it the forest showing mercy? Or has it submitted to something more formidable? I've lived in the woods my whole life. I should know better than anyone to never get too comfortable. Red light perforates the dark atmosphere. I swallow harshly. There's a mansion in the middle of the woods. From a distance, it would look abandoned, if not for the hazy red light coming from the rooftop. I squint. Is that a greenhouse? A shadowy figure moves quickly behind its clear walls, startling me. I dug into the tall, neglected grass that grows in the mansion's yard. After a short while, I peek through the blades. The shadow is gone. Did I imagine it? I release a nervous sigh and observe the grounds for any sign of life or death. It was a bad idea to come here, a terrible one even. I can't stay here. I retreat back into the shadows of the forest, keeping the mansion in my light of sight. The moment I feel bold enough to turn my back against it, a powerful gale slams into me. I stumble back hard, skidding across the ground and into the tall grass with a cry. It takes me a moment to recover from my swirling vision. My wounds scream at me, and I wonder how much farther I can even go in this state. I grit my teeth and get back on my feet, keeping my weight off my arm as I make for the forest again. Again, I'm denied entrance by the mysterious force. Panic starts to seep through my bones. Hopelessness might actually be a more welcome feeling than the tightness that now constricts around my heart. I stare at the trees as though they'll suddenly start playing nice, but beings as ancient as them do not bend to anyone's will but their own. The wind gives one more shove. It insists I move forward. I bare my adolescent fangs at it to disguise the hurt. I know now that my choice were nothing but illusions. I face the mansion once again. It's clear that something or someone from the inside is inviting me in. With no other choice, I keep along the worn brick walls of the mansion and try to find a way in. Okay, this is where I make choices. So I'll go here. Go to a window. I spy a broken window and see a gauzy white curtain thrashing against the glass from the intruding storm. Sadly, it's far too high for me to climb, and there's no way I can jump in this state. I jump at a nearby clap of thunder. My eyes blink through the rain, and I squint when the searing white light of the lightning above reflects on something that sits on the windowsill. I take a step back and see a simple white vase that holds a gathering of withered roses. Perhaps I can take this as proof that the mansion can safely serve as an empty shelter for the night. I turn and look for somewhere else to enter. Go to the cellar door. I find an entrance to a cellar. The wood of the doors look rotten, but it doesn't give when I place two paws on it and push my weight into it. My ears flick back in disappointment. Though I'm also relieved I didn't go tumbling through the old wood into some unknown depth. Heavy iron handles sit unchained. All I need to do is find a way to open them. I try to squeeze my snout through one of the handles, and as I bring my face closer to the moldy wood, a faint sound comes from below. I immediately freeze. Icy rain weighs down my fur and intensifies the chill that drapes over me like a thick cloak. I swallow, then lean forward to press one of my droopy ears against the door. I listen closely, and serpentine hisses come from the other side of the wood. My breathing stills. My ear remains glued to the door. I try to find sense in the sounds I hear, then something slams right against the wood where my ear is pressed against it, and I fling back in shock. The fur against my neck is completely ruffled, and my tail curls behind my legs in fright. I stare at the cellar doors with owlish eyes, half expecting a beast to burst out and eat me, but nothing happens. Still, my racing heart does not calm as I track through the muddy grass in search of some other entrance. A faint knocking grabs my attention. I pad back to the back of the mansion, and my saving grace comes in the form of a door left slightly ajar. Aha! I nudge my nose into the tight gap, and relief washes over me when it parts. An ear-piercing screech echoes through the mansion as the door's hinges begin to shift. From the looks of it, they haven't moved for a long time. The feeling of ice floods my veins. I stay frozen in the doorway. If the mansion is occupied, there's no way I didn't just announce my entrance. Fear takes over again. My back paw intuitively steps back so I can attempt to run as far away from this place as I can. The sound of thunder explodes behind me. I feel my body take on a life on its own as I throw myself into the mansion against my will. The door slams on my way in. I breathe shallowly. When I come to my senses, I'm in a kitchen. It's dark inside the house, the only source of light coming from the windows above the counters. Everything beyond its reaches is a void. I see a kitchen table and crawl towards it, scratching my nails along the musty wood flooring in a rush to get beneath it. I stay under the table as my breathing starts returning to a normal pace. My eyes are wide and my ears are perked up, on the lookout for anything that could be a threat. The only sounds I pick up are the heavy drums of rain from outside and the occasional creak of the mansion walls breathing in the night air. When I'm confident that there's no sign of life inside this manor, I crawl back into the open and immediately shake off as much rain and mud as I can. I let myself celebrate the minor luxury of finally escaping the maws of the weather, but I don't let my nerves calm down just yet. As soon as my eyes adjust better to the dark, I take the time to study my surroundings more. I notice a hearth that lacks any recent maintenance, Dishes crowd the countertops, and a thick layer of dust forces me to smother a sneeze. This place hasn't been occupied in a long time. Surely I can allow myself to breathe just a little bit easier in this space, at least until the storm wanes. I bring in a deep inhale before, careful not to get any dust up my sensitive nose, and tread cautiously. As I sneak further in, I hold my breath at every corner, carefully looking in all directions for danger. Helen. Most of the rooms have closed doors. The ones I could see in were graciously empty, except for the derelict furnishings within. Barely anything is in decent shape. I couldn't guess how long it's been since a human lived in this manner. Based on the scratched hardwood floors and the broken but intricate-looking side table nestled in a dark corner, I have the impression that this place was neglected even while it was occupied. My nails tap on the floor as I limp into the hallway, my mind finally settling from all the adrenaline. The ache in my front leg starts to swell, and the heat in my body intensifies the pain. I tried to admire the paintings lining the walls from end to end, but it's hard to see them in the dark. Through glimpses of light, I could make out some faded landscapes, a few mountains, some castles, and a couple of portraits. One portrait in particular catches my eye. I stop in front of it. I stare at the portrait, foolishly thinking that it's staring right back. The rising heat in my body must be making me see things. As I observe the side profile of a pale woman, I notice that she's eerily the most realistic painting I've seen so far. When she turns her head to look down at my tiny form, every hair on my body goes stiff. Her lovely features, captured in oil, begin to melt off as she steps out from the painting. Smooth ivory skin shrivels to a deathly pallor. The elaborate gown clinging to her sharp shoulders begins to rot as her torso parts open like a blooming rose, revealing decaying bone and organs that rug down her skirt like a horrific decor. I immediately start running away as fast as I physically can. As I scramble to get away on my hurt leg, I hear something that might be worse than a ghost. The woody and spicy scent of incense fills the humid air, creating a hazy purple fog. The sound of chains moving in a controlled rhythm rattles me to the marrow of my bones. Footsteps follow shortly after, growing louder alongside the clinking chains. It's coming from the staircase. My breath quickens. I slide to a halt and backtrack away from the sounds. I look behind me and see the glowing apparition of the woman's hunched form stumbling towards me, dragging a trail of gore with a wet squelch. Hide! I need to hide! But where? My eyes start across every inch of the hallway, desperately searching for a small sanctuary. The footsteps are right behind me. The ghost is right in front of me. This hallway now feels like a tomb. Although the doors are firmly shut, I press against a wall, my heart skipping a beat when I notice a faint tapping sound coming from behind me. I turn around and witness the outline of a door revealing itself. I waste no time shoving my muzzle between the crack to wrench it open. As soon as I pry the door open, I hurl myself through and back into the darkness. I walk backwards away from the door, keeping my eyes on it. I'm so focused on the door that I bump into something cold and almost trip over it. I look up and see a dark iron staircase curling up to a high ceiling. A hatch near the top is open, letting the rain from outside drip down onto the cold metal. I hear footsteps once again, this time much louder. I don't dare breathe or move. There you are. voice startles me into moving. No way was I about to stick around and find out what fate awaits me. Every fiber of my being is ringing with danger as I climb the stairs, with only adrenaline instructing my limbs. I drag myself up the iron steps, and I'm bursting onto the roof and back into the storm. A fog of fright muddles my mind. I see the greenhouse I had spotted earlier and sprint toward it as fast as I can. I search for a small space to crawl into, tripping over a mess of vines along the way. Thunder and lightning roar above me. A bright flash of white blinds me, and I can feel my claws scratch against the wet tiles. A door slams shut in the distance, causing a rippling effect in the walls and reaching the rooftop. When the rippling stops, everything goes quiet. The energy of the manor shifts completely. A jolt of lightning from the storm makes my fur stand. It charges the air and saturates it with the smell of ozone. I shake the rain from my face. The whole world has fallen silent except for the sound of a chilling drip. Basil. I freeze. My eyes carefully follow the coil of dead roots on the gray floor of the greenhouse. I follow its trail all the way to the blood dripping onto the dirty tiles and the pale feet beside it. My eyes climb to the mysterious figure. I don't think I'll ever forget the sight before me for as short as I live. Lightning flashes brightly through the tall windows. Looming roses bushes creep along them. White roses speckled across its dark leaves like stars in the night sky. The bright flowers begin to bleed red before my very eyes. At the rose bush's crimson-soaked center, a small girl stands with her back towards me. Blood drips from tiny bite marks all over her hand. A red flower bulb is crushed between her delicate fingers. Instead of strong floral scent, the smell of burning paper and wilting lilac floods my senses. A whine unwillingly crawls up my throat and cuts through the silence. Time resumes once again. The girl turns, her gaze pierces right through me. The bulb drops from her hand. She doesn't say a word. Her attention is mine whether I want it or not. Black dots begin to appear in the corners of my vision. The last thing I see is her walking towards me, before everything fades black. My fever is brutal throughout the night. I slip in and out of consciousness to flames beneath my skin and an ache I'd rather sleep off than face. I try to make my body go back to sleep, but rough hands force my jaw open, and I feel something shoved down my throat. The intrusion makes me violently resist, but I am too weak to defend the intruder away. The dark takes me into its arms once again. I wake to the tang of rusty metal and humid air. The unfamiliar sensation makes my eyes snap open. Beyond the small cage that holds me, it's dark and damp. I clench my jaw as I examine my surroundings. Soon my eyes fixate on the ghost staring at me from outside my metal prison. I yelp and throw my body backwards, hitting the back of the cage. I expect a bite of hard metal on my back, but something smooth bends around my shape instead. It hisses at me in response. I don't think it liked that very much. My claws scrape the cold floor of the cage as I spin. The bars behind me morph into slithering vipers in defensive stances, each one baring their fangs in anger. Careful. Their venom will make the blood in your body solidify in seconds. That wouldn't be a very pleasant way to die. I look at the ghost in horror. I'm breathing so quickly that I'm convinced I'll die from lack of oxygen, or so I think. The vipers settle back into metal bars and I make myself small. I don't want to risk testing their patience again. The ghost is not a ghost, but a girl. Her hair looks like ink that's been violently knocked over and spilled onto the floor. It melts into the dark surroundings, contrasting her gray, sickly-looking skin. Her expression is blank. I see her hands tightly clutching her white gown. Do you bite? Do you? I reveal my teeth through the snarl and watch as she shows hers with a small smile. The fur along my spine stands up. She starts to move and I flinch. The girl crawls towards the cage and I curl my nails. She reaches for me, a hand passing through the bars without resistance. It freezes right in front of my snout. Is she checking to see if I would really bite? Has she no fear, offering her hand so fearlessly in the presence of a beast? I may only be a pup, but the sheer force of my jaws can pierce right through her palm. I pull my face away from her hand and see her startled from my peripheral vision. She pulls her hand back and holds it against her collar. My eyes lock with hers as she stares at me with her lips pressed together. I think she expected me to bite her. It'll be hard for me to protect you if you're too scaredy cat to do as I say. I snack back to the girl. I watch as she stands up and wipes her hands on her dress, not showing a single care for how dirty it's become. If you want to survive, you'll have to listen to my instructions, okay, doggy? She tilts her head like she expects me to respond. Don't try to be too brave. You can only survive this place if you're smart. The others had too much fight in them. It made them foolish. My heart pounds in my chest from her words alone. She gives me another haunting smile. When your arm is better, I'll take you for a walk before he gets back. Is this what she sounds like when she's excited? It's unsettling. She suddenly moves close to the cage again. I jump and back away just enough to not risk getting into trouble with the vipers again. The scent of burning parchment and wilting lilacs return. The girl's hair falls off her shoulders. I expect ink to trickle down and dye her dress black. My name is Dev. Horrible to meet you, Dev. Alan. I spend a night nursing the dregs of my fever. When I first woken up, I didn't take notice of how much of it I'd already been how much of it had already been soothed. But now vague memories of violating hands surface in my thoughts. Did the girl Dove give me some kind of medicine during the height of my fever? My body still feels uncomfortably warm. I rest my head on one arm and glance at the one that had been hurt earlier. A clean bandage is firmly wrapped around it, not enough to cut off the blood flow, but enough to restrict its movement. Was this also Dove's handiwork? I sigh softly through my nose, then close my eyes. Time passes ambiguously in the cage. With nothing to reference, I don't know if it's been mere hours or days. A bowl of water sits in the corner of my cage. I know from the dryness of my throat that I need to hydrate, but I have yet to muster up the courage to approach the bars that slither and rattle ever so often. When I am desperate enough to finally quench my thirst, the bars will leavingly keep their metal forms. Feeling better now, I curl into a ball and my tail cradles my face. I want to go home. Exhaustion catches up to me once again. I fall asleep on crusty metal and wake on dusty wood. The sound of wind chimes alerts me into consciousness. My eyes snap open and my retinas are immediately burned by the color that floods into them. On the floor in front of me is a kaleidoscope of lights created by the morning sun. A stark contrast to the dark and dreary setting I was previously confined to. Maybe I dreamed it all in a feverish haze? I check on the gauze around my arm. It's still there. The weight around my neck brings me back into focus. A collar is secured around my throat. Attached to it is a long and heavy chain that leads to the leg of a large wardrobe in the corner of the bedroom. I take in my latest cage. There are no longer venomous bars to keep me, but the state of confinement has not changed. My eyes move from the rainbows on the floor to the line of the chain restraining me, then to the rest of the room. I look at the windows and find swirling murals and expressive paintings of various creatures and monsters. The sun behind them illuminates the floor with speckles of color like a stained glass window. Past the frame of the window, the drawings continue in nonsensical scrawl. Less art decorates the walls, but shelves with cracked plant pots and hanging tangles of ivy take their place. Dirty cups and bowls sit forgotten in a dark corner. I briefly note two shallow dishes near where I lay. They look like they would be used by a pet. Judging from the surprising lack of grime from under them, it hasn't been that long since they were last used. Dusty books and crumpled parchment litter the floorboards. Taking up half of the room is a canopied bed. Dark curtains are pulled tightly together, preventing me from seeing inside. The sound of scratching captures my attention. I drag my gaze past piles of books. They are sitting on a raggedy blanket, hunched over, and scribbling over the print in a book is Dove. She gnaws on her lip and pinches her brows. I can hear her whispering something to herself. No, no, no. That won't work. I slowly lift myself off the floor, cringing at the sound of clanking chains following my movement. Dove makes no move acknowledging my presence, so I continue approaching her. When I come closer to her back, I'm able to get a better look at what she's furiously writing. Scribbles of occult symbols make the words on the pages completely illegible. I swallow a lump in my throat. The collar around my neck feels very heavy right now. Dove suddenly tears a page out from the book. The drawing sound makes me jump, and I slam into a tower of books, sending it toppling to the floor. Dread weighs heavily on me. I look back at Dove. She's now staring at me with wide eyes. You're awake! I release a small yelp and stare at her dumbfounded. She's brighter. Or maybe it's the luminous light filtering through the bedroom window. Something about it paints her in a rose-tinted lens that makes my weariness waver. That feeling instantly vanishes when she gets up and rushes towards me. I run away as fast as my legs allow me, but my air supply is abruptly cut off and thrown off my feet. A sharp howl is pulled from my throat. I look behind me and see that the chains of my collar is pulled taut. I had reached its limit. I then see Dove standing in the spot I had bolted from. Her gaze creeps along the chain, making its way to my crumpled form. I see blue eyes stare into mine, and I shudder. It feels like she could unravel me through sight alone. She looks at me like she knows. Then she perks up, snapping the tension away. Oh right, you're probably starving. The others were also very skittish when they had empty bellies. Her voice trails off as though she's become lost in thought. She starts weaving through the mess of book piles to reach the bedroom door. Wait here. I don't have much of a choice. Dove returns with a bread roll and a bowl. She sets the bowl down a couple of feet in front of me and retreats back to chew on her own food and tentatively reproach it. The bread smells like heaven. I lick my lips on instinct. It must have been ages since I last ate, but as I watch her tear chunks from it and mark every little crumb falling into her white dress with yearning. I look down at the bowl she left for me. The sight of red, fleshy chunks greets me. Raw meat. She gave me a bowl of raw meat. I can't eat this. Or, well, maybe I could? But the idea of it has nausea coursing through me. I stare at the fresh blood pooling at the bottom of the bowl. Then I glance over at the bread, then back down to the bowl feeling conflicted. My stomach growls. I can feel saliva start to drip down the side of my mouth. I can't do it. Are you gonna let it go to waste? Dove's voice comes right above me, and fear flutters in my stomach. Hmm? Okay then. My eyes snap up. Dove reaches for me, and I flinch, scattering away. She kneels in front of the bowl and dips her hand into it, crushing a fistful of squishy wet meat between her fingers. She brings the raw meat to her mouth. Bile rises in my throat as I watch her chew through the raw flesh and swallow it with a sickly gulp. She covers her mouth with the back of her hand and gags, then looks at me. She smiles at me, her teeth stained and glistening red. What a horrible taste. A thin stream of blood falls from the corner of her mouth. I suppose you'd like something a little more appetizing. She gags again, then runs out of the room. I hear the sound of her retching from another room. Dove returns with a new bowl of what looks like stew. I inspect it thoroughly, checking for insects or anything inedible. When I surmise that there's nothing of the sort, I dig in greedily. My eyes begin to sting after the first few bites. The stew is so bland. It makes me yearn for grandmother's cooking so badly. From the corner of my eye, I can see Dove watching me like a hawk. Like a single blink is enough to make me vanish. If only I could. As I finish eating the stew, a soft thudding captures my attention. I look back to see my tail wagging against the floor. I feel myself shrink away with embarrassment. I immediately cease its movement, but not before Dove takes notice. Looks like your energy has returned. Her eyes move to my arm. Does it still hurt? I stare at Dove, then hesitantly put my weight on my wrapped up arm. The sharp pain is mostly gone, but a dull ache still remains. If the opportunity for me to run away came, I could probably do it, but not without difficulty. I make a frustrated whine. Dove tilts her head at me, concerning my reply. She approaches me again, slowly this time. I hold my breath as she comes close, her hands hovering near the collar around my neck. I suddenly hyper-aware of how quiet it is. There's no drum of rain or crack of thunder to be heard from outside. Hope dares to grow inside my racing heart. Will you hurt me if I take it off? I shake my head slightly. Dove gives me a curious look. Her hands hover for a short moment, then she nods. The weight of the collar lifts off my shoulders. Then I bolted. My swift escape shoves Dove's aside. I barely see her get through the floor as I make for the open bedroom door. Dove makes a panicked noise behind me. It fades out in my rush to leave her behind. Then I'm back into the hallway where the horrors began. I need to go back to the kitchen. I sprint to the stairs. Then suddenly I'm skidding to a stop where a wall meets me at the end of the hall instead of the staircase. I stare in confusion. Did I go the wrong way? I look around the hall. I don't remember seeing this many doors. A sinking feeling unravels in my gut. I run down a new hallway, then turn into another, then another. My exploration of the manor was cut short when I first arrived, so maybe I can't remember everything well enough. But I swear, these are not the same halls I walked through before. After I turn into a hallway in number 15 in this new labyrinth, the sound of something being dragged cuts off my thoughts. I look behind me, fear pulsing in my veins. A ghostly figure slowly walks down the cross-section of another hall. Long hair protrudes from its head, running down to the floor stiffly like straw, and hiding most of its long, thin limbs. I watch it disappear around the corner, completely frozen in my spot. Another ghost. I've never seen one this corrupted before. I now feel extremely vulnerable, like a beacon standing in the long and open corridor. A tapping noise is next. My head pounds violently in my chest as I search for the sound. I immediately see another ghost heading straight for me. I yelp and crush myself against a wall as if if it'll make me invisible. The ghost, this ghost staggers towards me with bony knees knocking together. A thin veil curtains its upper body, and something that resembles a bird's beak peeks out at its chest. The closer it gets, the better I'm able to make out the detail of its leathery skin and the beady bloodshot eyes that dapple across its face above the rotting beak. Needle-thin arms bend sharply at the elbow and reach back behind the ghost's head. It balances on its elbows and pulls itself forward on them. I make myself paper thin and shiver when... Hold on. Hold on, I need a sip of my drink. I make myself paper thin and shiver when part of its elbow brushes against one of my paws. I start breathing again when it passes quietly, then back away into an intersection of hallways. Another ghost almost tramples me. Two ghosts follow one another down the path of a bird-like ghost. One is a cluster of what looks like fungi and twisting fabric that melts into bumpy flesh. A stringy network of mycelium trails behind it. The other creates a sound of glass crunching together with every steady step it takes. Its arms stick out like pieces of wood that lightly swing as it walks, and where its face should be is a void, framed by jagged, broken pieces of porcelain skin. I can still make out the raggedy maid uniform that clings to its bloated form. I follow the ghosts in trance. Like a line of schoolchildren, they walk along a well-known path. Normally, when a ghost is corrupted from being trapped in the land of the living, every semblance of their humanity is lost. So where do these ghosts stalk to with so much purpose? They navigate the hallways without hesitation, twisting and turning through a route already well worn. Been so painfully easy, I've been led back to the kitchen. I see Dove standing on the kitchen table, delicately twisting an incandescent bulb into the hanging light fixture. Dried black tears stain her cheeks, but her expression betrays no sign of dejection. And the bulb is held loosely in her other hand. This one has been burnt out so badly that no light can penetrate its ashy, blackened surface. It took 40 years to develop this type of filament. The ghosts surround her. I watch them reach for her, and I open my jaws to bark out a warning, but I choke on my rising panic. Dove doesn't notice them and continues to screw in the bulb. I read that these bulbs can stay lit up for about 1,200 hours. Claws brush against her skirt. And yet, after less than a week, their legacy of lighting the dark has been snubbed out forever. With one last turn of the wrist, light envelops the room. Something so wonderful. Dove stares into the bulb's light, and her fingers caress the glass. Only breaks in a place like this. The ghosts have vanished. Dove gives no hint of awareness for the presence that had just left them. My blood thuds in my ears. Could she not see them? I look at the door that I had used to enter the mansion. I hear Dove dust off her hands and toss the bulb into a box where it shatters amongst other pieces of glass. She sighs wearily. How long will this cycle continue for? I barely hear her words. Instead, I stare at the wall where the back door should be, and there is no door. I immediately freak out. I run to the wall, ignoring the ache of my arm, and scratched at old wallpaper, hoping the door was only hidden behind it. My claws tear through wood, but as I continue scratching, the outline of a door does not reveal itself. I back away, staring at the shredded decoration and breathing rapidly. It's not there anymore. I turn my head up and see Dove sitting on the kitchen table, swinging her legs. She stares at the wall I had torn up and gives me a blank expression. I explode. My body ignites with fiery rage as I growl and snarl at her. She frowns and her eyes turn downcast with guilt. I don't know how to get it back. I whimper and go back to scratch the door more in depression. I'm sorry. Enough. I'm tired of seeing you wallow in your despair. I reply with an indignant huff. I see Dove puff her cheeks in annoyance. I turn my head away and rest it on my paws. There's no way out. It's better for you to just accept it. A growl rumbles in my throat. Even the front door is gone, so instead of wasting time, you may as well follow me and keep yourself occupied. I wish I could cry. My ears lay flat against my skull. I've landed myself right in the mouth of a carnivorous flower with the sweetness of shelter to lure me in. I should have noticed the sharp teeth at the entrance. I take a peek at Dove. She's like a caged bird in this house. Doesn't she hate it? How can anyone possibly live like this? Her patience reaches its end and she slides off the kitchen table. I cry out when she hauls me off the ground and I bare my fangs at her when her face appears right before mine. My glare doesn't faze her. Follow, Wolf. There's much to do. We return to the labyrinth of hallways. Dove seems to know her way around them well. Now that I'm not frantically running through them, I notice a huge difference in the manor's atmosphere. Less dirt coats the floors, ceiling lights illuminate the hallways, and it almost feels peaceful. Dove stops by a closet in the hallway. She grabs onto the handles of the doors, and it opens up to reveal shelves and cupboards of Michelle, I can never pronounce this. A mix of tools and supplies. She climbs a stool to reach the highest shelf and retrieve a box with small buckets and brushes. I tense up at the sight of the stool, beginning to sway back and forth. She climbs back down without issue, before leading me into a room I recognize very quickly. She makes her way to the broken side table I spotted when I was first exploring the rooms of the mansion, and I take the time to look around. A dining table with only 3 chairs takes up most of the room. Candles spike up from the top like stalagmites. There's so many that I think they would render a fire hazard if they were all be lit. Hardened wax strips over the edge. I can see the end of the fountain pen as well as scraps of paper. I'm unable to see a well of ink from my position, but I assume that is what runs down the rusty tablecloth in dark splotches. A glint catches my attention. On the other side of the room, I'm unsettled by the mirrors that cover the wall from floor to ceiling. I follow a lump that forms in my throat and do not let my eyes linger on them. I lay on the floor and watch her slather strongly scented glue on the broken leg of the table. She roughly connects the broken leg to the rest of the table and fans it with her hand so it dries faster. She tests its sturdiness with a light finger, then scratches her nose when it wobbles. She twists around and digs in her box, then pulls out a wall of twine with a bright expression on her face. My brows furrow together. Dove twirls the string around the leg and binds it tightly. When she's done, she sets the table straight again. It still walks unsteadily, but it stays standing. That's to be good enough for Dove because she picks up her box again and gives it a nod. I leap from a spot on the floor and spin to a loud noise. In the corner of the room, the long-haired ghost from earlier stands bent over a broken vase. I flinch when Dove lets out a startled noise and starts to stride towards it. I bark in alarm. It's dangerous. She ignores me. Siri! I grab the back of her... Hold on. My... Okay. I grab the back of her gown with my teeth to stop her. Dove's demeanor goes from angry to taken aback. She stops and looks down at me. I shock myself with my own actions and quickly drop her skirt. Dove considers me for a moment, then switches her attention back to the ghost and marches over to him. You klutz! My jaw drops. I don't need another person to clean up after. The ghost laces its long fingers together and bows its head. When Dove gets closer to it, she stumbles and cries out. The ghost snaps its head back up to her. Dove checks the bottom of her foot and sees a shard embedded in the flesh. Blood blooms from the small wound. The ghost makes a groaning sound and steps towards Dove. She hisses when it walks through the mess of glass and drags it with them. It's concern for her? I observe their interaction, feeling befuddled. Everything I know about corrupted ghosts is being challenged. I pause to think about how the ghost rushed to her side earlier. The ghost tugs on Dove's sleeve like it's asking for forgiveness. She continues to badger it while digging the shard out of her foot. I study them curiously. It wasn't because they wanted to cause her harm? I trail behind Dove when she leaves to treat the small cut, and when she returns to clean up the mess. We leave the ghost, and Dove continues down whatever to-do list she has in her mind. While she paints over the scratches on the kitchen door, trying to match the old wallpaper, she speaks to me. Have you met all of them already? She doesn't speak again until we run into another ghost. It waits in the hallway for Dove. She perks up when she sees what it's holding. Oh, thank you, Babel. She takes a small bundle of red roses from it, freshly torn from its bush. I follow her to a window and see a tall, thin glass vase with withered roses in it sitting on the sill. Dove takes out the dead flowers and replaces them. Then she pauses and looks down at something below. Her face reveals nothing as she tears her gaze away and makes her way down the hall again. Before following her, I stand on my haunches and try to peer out the window. A chill comes down on me when I look down and see a small patch of graves, each marked by a small wooden cross. I break away from the unnerving sight and turn towards the hall where Dove had gone down. She stands at the end of the hall waiting for me. A bird-like ghost's name is Grell, and the doll-like ghost's name is Odette. Dove introduces them officially when we run into them as we go around the manor doing mundane tasks. It's a sight I can't get used to. I can't understand how a young girl can act so normal around such monstrous beings. Seeing their translucent, leathery skin or the fluids that drip from their decaying flesh is enough to send me reeling. But she does not flinch or fear. Earlier, when they had surrounded her in the kitchen, she could tell they were there, weaving their arms together to help her in a ghostly embrace. And she didn't care the slightest. I start to think she's more disturbing than the ghosts. To become this corrupted, they would have had to stay trapped in this place for a long time. Why are they still here? Their horrific forms border on pitiful. To be this far gone, it has to be some type of hell. Dove walks amongst them like they're her family, although... No, that's not quite it. I rearrange my thoughts. Maybe the image of the Aves flashes in my mind. It's because she is theirs. I watch her guide Grell's gangly limbs out of the hallway so they can pass through, like they're nothing but an annoying sibling. A monster, just like them. Maybe this cage she lives in is of her own making. Dove does these errands like a routine, putting books away in the library and cleaning up candles burned to the end of their wicks. By the time she finishes winding up a large grandfather clock in the hallway, the manor feels like a different place. The air is less stifled by dust particles, the rooms are brighter, and it feels like a home now. As we walk back to Dove's room, the sun begins its descent into a blazing orange horizon, and the evening cicadas make their shrill voices heard. Despite the manor feeling more livable, there's a feeling it gives me that I cannot shake. A void that looms like a presence. It's like letters left unfinished, or tea half empty and turning cold. There's this sense of stagnation that places this manor outside of time's reach, and it leaves a noise that buzzes persistently in the air. Dove stops abruptly, and I almost trip over my paws trying not to run into her. I take a peek from behind her and immediately let out a yelp. The very first ghost I had met stands at the end of the hallway. Dove doesn't move. I see the ghost stagger down the hall towards us, and I instinctively back away. Then Dove speaks. It's okay. Her tone is not very convincing. The ghosts get closer, and I can see the details of her leaking entrails. I make a whimpering sound and hide behind Dove, keeping myself close to the wall. She's harmless. She doesn't do anything. I throw a quick glance at Dove when her voice falters. But watch. The ghost is right beside us. Its hollow eyes look down at Dove, and she holds at its unseeing gaze with cold eyes. I don't breathe. But the acrid smell of rot overwhelms my heightened sense of smell. The tension between Dove and the ghosts creates a pressure that thins the air, making my lungs ache for oxygen. Pain seizes my chest just when I can no longer hold my breath in. The ghost continues down the hall passively. I exhale loudly. Oh, hold on a sec. I'm getting a call. Sorry about that. I startle when Dove clenches her fists beside me. Her eyes follow the ghost for a couple seconds longer, then she cuts off her stare and moves on. I quickly chase after her, not wanting to be alone with this particular ghost again. Ever again, if my luck allows it. I look back for a split second and the ghost has disappeared. Dove's shoulders are squared as we return to her room. Since the sun has set in the opposite direction of her window, The scattering of colors from this morning is long gone. Her relationship with the hallway ghosts is much different from the others. The way she spoke about her almost seemed resentful. I pad to a corner, stalling for a moment when I see the collar from earlier on the floor. I narrow my eyes at it and pick it up with my teeth and then throw it at the far wall. I give the collar one last glare, then curl up on the floor. Hold on. Dove settles cross-legged in the middle of her book towers and reach for a random text. I let out a big yawn, feeling heavy after the events of the day. I don't know if there's enough time in the world to process everything that's happened to me since I left home. I close my eyes and feel the tendrils of sleep curl around me. You think people can come back from the dead? She asks it so quietly I almost don't hear her. I don't think she expects an answer, and I cannot give her one. I wince at the bites. The roses are extra hungry today. After not feeding them for a while, their petals have bleached to a stark white. I watch as my blood saturates the colorless flowers, then narrow my eyes when I spot a parasitic fungi at the base of the bush. Part of the bush is already starting to wither because of it. I reach down and tear it out harshly. Dirt sprays my gown, and I crush the fungi in my fist. I know more or will sprout out in its place, but seeing such a blight this close to the rose bush makes a bolt of anger rise in me. Just seeing it makes me want to destroy it. I walk to a different section of the greenhouse and throw it right next to the corpse of the fungi's latest victim. My heart clenches at the sight. Its eyes are still open. I press my fingers down on the lids of the dead wolf, but it's too late. The terror on its face is already cemented in time. My fingers curl and my nails stab into my palm, making the bite sting. I return to the rose bush and continue feeding them. Thunder and lightning thrash above me. Will it lure in another pitiful soul tonight? I hear a door slam and I flinch, crushing a bulb in my hand. My ears listen intently, searching for lingering traces of its presence. When I find none, I take a deep breath and finally let myself relax. I tear the bulb from its stem and my hands fall to my sides. The sound of the rain is so clear now as I close my eyes to let it wash everything else. I relish in its violence against the roof of the greenhouse and tremble under the crisp cracks of thunder. To pass the time, now that it is mine again, I whisper something my mother taught me under my breath. Then I hear a whimper come from behind me. Death returns. I look up from my view of a worn book, spines, and see Dove. She sits in a creaky wooden chair with her knees drawn up beneath her chin. She brushes pale fingers across the rough paper of a large tome sitting open on the desk in front of her. The desk looks like it's made of dark wood, with deep grooves and jagged swirls that have been carved by something sharp. It sits tucked away in the back of a small library in the mansion. Large bookshelves loom around us like trees in dark forest. The narrow arched window above the desk and dripping candles are the only things that light up this dark and decrepit space. I didn't know the mansion had such an intimidating space like this until we had wandered in earlier. Today's itinerary did not include any of Dove's peculiar chores. Instead, she spent the time wandering around the manor with a notebook and a stick of charcoal. I follow her as she roams aimlessly through the halls, weaving in and out of different rooms. As she continues wandering, body and mind seemingly detached, I carefully inspect every inch of the manor, desperate for a sign that proves this house can be cracked open, allowing me to finally return home. At some point, she stops wandering to sit and curl up at the foot of the decorative stone bust. When I look past her darkly smudged hands, I catch glimpses of pages portraying the same bust over and over again. I don't think it's possible for her to draw that quickly in such a short amount of time. I wonder if she has her subject memorized by now, considering how familiar she is with it. Dove seems to be drawn to art. Her sketchbook joins her throughout all her tiny efforts to kill time in this house that she cannot leave. I begin to think that the professional paintings linting the hallway walls have some influence on this creative side of her. Perhaps she's inspired by someone close to her, or maybe she's just intensely curious. I do wonder, what happened to her family for her to end up in such a bizarre state? My thoughts trace back to my arrival at the mansion. There is someone who has yet to reappear, and I strongly hope that I'm gone long before he makes his appearance again. Dove surprises me when she walks into a new room during our walk. I cautiously follow her in, and the room reveals itself to be a library, full of grit and darkness. I could see dust particles floating slightly in a small beam of light that filters into the room. It tickles my nose and makes me sneeze, throwing me forward into a roll until I land on my back with a view of the spiderweb infested ceiling. Dove pays no attention to my fumble and carries on to the back of the room until she reaches a stack of books. I shake my head to recover, ears flopping against my skull, and follow her to the rest of the way in. As I delve further into the room, I quietly observe the floor to see healing rows of bookshelves. All of them seem to vary in width, and are arranged in a pattern that seems maze-like. Books stand in tall piles and scattered around the floor like they've been thrown around carelessly. My ear gives a small twitch at the sound of one hitting the floor, and I turn my gaze to Dove. She silently slips into a chair with a book in hand. I see her focusing intensely on reading after settling into the desk, and I slump to the floor. Today's humidity has followed me like a blanket I can't push off. It's so thick it feels like I'm keep walking into a wall of heat. Dove doesn't seem as bothered by it, but she's not the one covered in fur. I started panting loud enough to draw Dove's attention away from her book. She glances over and wrinkles her brows at me. "What's wrong with you?" I tilt my head in confusion. Her eyes rake over me inquisitively, then they brighten. She hops out of her chair. I start to stand so I can follow her, but she's already speeding out of the room. "Stay here!" My ears flatten anxiously, but I slide back down to the floor. It's too hot to move anyways, I guess. Dove soon returns carrying something in her hands, and I go on edge. Please don't have raw meat again. My body tenses when she sets a bowl in front of me, then I immediately relax again. Oh, water. I give Dove a quick side eye. Her attention is already settling back into her book. After drinking a belly full of water, I plop down on my side, feeling much more refreshed. I blink barely after a noise disturbs my brief midday nap. Did Dove just say something? I flinch and tilt my gaze up after Dove slams the cover of a book shut. She lets out a large sigh and throws her arms straight over the desk with her head bowed between them. She then turns her head towards me. "Have you ever seen a witch?" My ears perk up. Why did she ask that? Dove is clearly not a witch herself, as far as I've been able to tell at least. I can't imagine what kind of witch would want to spend their time meticulously drawing the same thing over and over again. And Dove feels within my reach. No witch can make me feel that way. However, the possibility for her to have any relation to a witch is increasingly tangible. Any magic can explain the things this mansion is brimming with. I can't find comfort in a place like this, but avoiding a run-in with a witch has been a blessing, considering the obvious traces of one. If only I could ask Dove for questions. The more I learn about this place, the more questions I have. It's so frustrating not being able to speak. I startle from the sound of a book dropping right in front of me. The book Dove had been leafing through now sits before me, open to a random section. I can't help but let my gaze flicker down to it. My eyes widen as I take in the contents of the page before me. Strange symbols in cursive writing fill every inch of the old parchment. I stand and draw closer to see better. Curious thing, aren't you? I look up and see Dove facing me in her chair, observing me with her head resting on her palm. I freeze under her stare, my eyes dart to the book again. You know, that has a 100% mortality rate with cats. I tip my own nose up at her. Good thing I'm not a cat. Dove narrows her eyes, the corner of her lip twitches. She unravels her curled limbs and stands from her seat. From there, she drags her bare feet across the floor until she reaches the open book, kneeling down and flattening her palms over its pages. Well, I suppose there is more to the cat's story than people think. I can only catch a quick glimpse of the rough circle carved into the hard leather of the book before Dove grabs it and flips it closed. She then opens it again to the first few pages with undelicate hands. I read the words at the top of the page. Death returns. Dove traces her fingers over the words. Satisfaction brings it back. I feel my tail wagging at the base of my spine as I look back up to Dove. Would you like to learn about magic? It's not just something anyone can do. My yellow eyes meet her blue ones. Magic. Nothing has ever haunted me more. And now, like a candle has been lit at the bottom of an abyss, I can finally search for what I've always yearned. The moment I give my answer, something about Dove changes. Like hot embers fanned in the wind, her pale eyes glow in the dim light. I feel my heart thumping in my chest. Her mouth stretches wide. I can see the points of her canines, and her gums are black. Dove rarely smiles, even more so with teeth. I hold back a shudder. This time I know for sure that my heart does not race in fear. Dove looks directly into my inhuman eyes. A malevolent grin creeps across her face. In that moment, I knew she could see her fiery eyes reflected in mine. My eyes walk across the first page, my chest blooming with excitement. A book about magic. I'd never been able to read one before. They were all removed from before I could get the chance. Everything you could ever want to know about magic is written in this book. It's the Witch Bible, after all. My mouth goes dry. For a moment, I imagine myself elsewhere. I'm back with my grandmother, sitting on the carpet by the fireplace and having my burning questions dismissed once again. Your birth brought you freedom, Basil. One day you will understand that. I can only smother my disappointment with a short reply. No matter how many times I asked for an explanation, she would always deflect or ignore my prodding. So I stopped asking and started searching for my own answers. I see nothing special about myself. I could be, but I could be. I slowly look up at Dove. She stares deeply into my eyes before looking back down into the open book. Then she starts reading. There's much to know before one uses magic, and it all begins with death. take a deep breath and my ears stand up attentively. From the moment of birth, sentient bodies accumulate toxins, energy, and resources. Upon death, these bodies begin to rot and break down, returning these compounds to the environment. It's hard to believe, but in the state of decomposition, new life is abundant in the absence of an old one. I immediately deflate. What? My silence must have been deafening, because Dove snaps her head back at my reaction. In spite of my ability to truly be expressive with my canine features, I must have created quite the emotional response, because Dove turns completely flustered. A deep scarlet burns her cheeks, its heat calling up to her forehead. She awkwardly looks down and starts fidgeting with her fingers. Wait. Her brows quickly pinch together, and I start to think that she might actually be embarrassed. My jaw drops slightly in disbelief. I watch her swallow a lump in her throat. I realize that was probably difficult to understand. I forget to breathe when Dove looks at me once again, with fingers tightly intertwined and wound eyes. You're really listening. Dove looks at me in complete astonishment, and I'm at a complete loss in how to react. Dove runs a hand through her messy hair and recollects herself. She returns to the book in front of her, starting from the beginning page. There's a certain type of energy that is created in the process of decay. That energy is magic itself, existing in the plane between life and death. This plane is also known as the ether. No living being can ever see it. It's an inevitable occurrence. Death is guaranteed in the circle of life. It's cruel but necessary, because when death blooms, new life persists. Dove tilts her head and flips through the pages of the book. Of course, I'm only summarizing the complexities. It's not as simple in practice, because magic is not something that can be contained by any laws we've observed in nature. At least the ones we know. In fact, magic is no different than a species you're probably familiar with. Mushrooms! I cock my head in confusion and look at Dove, expecting her to elaborate on her explanation. She leans over the rich Bible, balancing on one arm and holding up her pointer finger. Let me explain. Mushrooms are the only thing in nature that do not follow a logical system. Normally, creatures with bright colors always serve as a warning sign to stay away. Through evolution, both flora and fauna have developed characteristics that allow them to survive long enough to pass down that trait. But with mushrooms, none of that applies. Bright or dull, big or clustered, you can tell if a mushroom will kill you based on looks alone. You can tell if a mushroom will kill you based on looks alone. The only way to find out is to eat it. I gulp. Dove makes mushrooms sound like old gods. But back to the topic at hand. Oh, hold on. My dog is asking for my attention. Be right back. Hey everyone, I'm back. Dove flips to a new page and I pause at the sight of the scratchy doodles that make the words on the page illegible. Definitely Dove's handiwork. Magic can be unpredictable and unstable. By this logic, areas with little death hold little magic. Likewise, places with an abundance of death hold an abundance of magic. Places like cemeteries. I nod in understanding as Dove continues. It's a reason ghosts love to linger around here so much. Dove crosses her legs and rests her head in her palm. She hasn't been turning the pages of the book, yet she explains everything in perfect detail. Just how many times has she read this book? I've been told that witches become empowered by corpses buried deep beneath their feet, and with that power comes tragic silence. Dove's expression becomes solemn. But in that silence, there's also an earnest level of respect from those who have passed away. She pauses for a moment, then starts turning the pages again. When she finds the page she wants, the corners of her lips perk up. Or a satisfactory feast. My ear twitches. However, there are two exceptions to this. In spaces void of death, magic is completely unusable. Most witches usually avoid them like the plague. Like when the shimmer of magic runs through your veins as naturally as breathing, being there feels like gravity has amplified tenfold. It may be the closest thing to feeling human for a witch. On the contrary, a space plagued with too much death becomes dangerous for everything in it. Without caution, the magic can overflow and seep through the cracks between planes, corrupting everything it touches. And this is where the witches come in. Dove turns to a new page. The spread before me makes the fur along my spine stand up. I am greeted with an illustration of demons holding what appears to be babies. Are they human, or perhaps they're... Something in my brain clicks. I know this part. The concept of witchlings receiving the devil's blessing at birth to become full-fledged witches. My grandmother knows how to obtain this blessing, but refused to tell me no matter how much I asked. It's a miracle I even know this from what little she told me. Dove pauses to stare at the illustration. I nod my nose in her direction as encouragement to continue. Every witch begins with the devil's blessing. Once they receive the blessing, they are bound to hell. Dove gets lost in thought for a moment and combs her fingers through her hair. Did you know that witches have 3 commandments? I blink. Of course it's 3. 1. Know God before the devils. 2. Thou shalt honor the devil's gift. And 3. Magic shall never be used without the devil's permission. Dove frowns as she states the last commandment. She didn't mention how witches receive the blessing. I whine in disappointment. Dove seems to completely misunderstood my reaction. Are you scared? Don't worry, demons won't be making deals with a little puppy like you. I snort in annoyance. The relationship between demons and witches is symbiotic. Because witches can access the ether, they can utilize magic. The more magic they use, the more power is imbued in hell. The demons who reside in hell can extract that power and use it to create the chaos they love so much. I let out an involuntary shiver. I can't help the anxiety that rises from the knowledge of using magic to provide enrichment for beings that love nothing more than trouble. However, witches don't just exist for demons to live vicariously through them. They have the responsibility of keeping magic levels in balance. That's so boring to talk about, though. The most important thing in this book are these. Dove shows me a page filled with magic circles. Using magic is a little different from fairy tales. You can't just conjure something from nothing with a swish of your hand. Not without a couple of steps, at least. Magic it's far more similar to... Dove taps her index finger on her chin. Oh, it's like baking! I feel my brows pinch in confusion. Magic is like making cakes? Well, you see, baking requires perfect measurements. Dove flips through the Witch Bible until she lands on her desired page. She then lifts the book and presents it to me. Strange symbols greet my eyes. Each one of these symbols represents elements. These are your ingredients. She turns to a new page filled with various illustrations of circles. In order to use the magic, you need to gather the right elements and place them within a circle that looks just like this one. Every space within the circle is like a number. This is why magic is like baking. The ingredients and measurements must be exact. A single miscalculation could be the difference between enhancing a rose and killing it. One more thing. For every spell in this book, there's a secret ingredient. Dove slides a page between her finger and ring finger until the paper meets the webbed skin of her hand. Without even flinching, she pulls her hand across the paper. I immediately cringe away like I could feel the stinging sensation of paper slicing into her sensitive skin and first page. Dove holds her hand up and pinches the flesh around the paper cut, pushing out beads of scarlet. She sets the Witch Bible flat on the floor again and hovers her hand over the drawings of circles. More blood runs from the cut and forms a crimson droplet that hangs from the tip of her finger. It feels like a minute go by before the droplet finally falls from her hand, staining the paper below. The sound of blood dripping onto the page echoes in my ears like a ticking clock. I focus on the way the blood spatters on impact right in the middle of the circle and runs down the curve of the paper until it fully soaks into the parchment. If you've made your spell correctly, all you need is a little witch blood to make it transform before your very eyes into art. Dove curls her hand into a fist. Witchlings may not have a demon's blessing, but we are surely not human. We come from fire and brimstone after all. Magic belongs in our veins. Just because we are not connected to the ether doesn't mean it isn't there, just waiting for our call. Dove leans over the bloodied drawings with hunger in her eyes. Her hair falls like a curtain of brambles around the Witch Bible. The sight makes me think of putrid veins that spread from an infection. One day we won't need anyone's blessing to take what is ours. I tense up. She notices my stiffness and gives me a small smile. Are you intimidated by magic now? Don't worry, there's no need to go through something as advanced as creating your own spells. That's what the Witch's Bible is for. It contains all the spells you could ever need. Dove trails off. It looks like she has more to say, but she hesitates to express her thoughts. I rest my head on my paws as the silence stretches. Dove's expression sours before speaking again. I want more, though. My head lifts. These spells aren't enough for me. She narrows her eyes at the Witch Bible and smooths the parchments with her hand before crumpling it into her fist. I blink in surprise. Witches are brave enough to walk the earth as hosts for parasitic demons in hell, and yet... Dove looks down at her open palms, her gaze lingering on her wound, blood now clotted. She starts raising her voice, and I flinch in response. And yet they bind themselves to so many rules. They can use magic. They are the only ones that can use magic. All the possibilities in the palm of their hands. But what's this? Dove throws the book open, showing the words carved on the inside of the back cover. Do not use magic on people. Do not waste magic with minuscule pursuits. Always keep magic levels balanced. Never take too much. Her face contorts in frustration with every line she reads. They smother themselves. They make themselves so small. They do not pursue progress. There's only tradition this and tradition that. It drives me mad. Dove suddenly grabs the rich Bible and violently throws it. I jump out of the way as it bashes into a wall. A flurry of papers erupts when it slams onto the desk beneath it. Dove stands, huffing out short breaths and clenching her fists as pages flutter down around her like snowfall. The sight haunts me. It's like seeing a glimpse of a dove free from the walls that contain her. Everything you want to know about magic is written in the Bible. But I want more. As I watch the papers flutter to the ground, I notice something written all of them. Alchemical composition sketched with impatient scrawls litter every page I see. The symbols and circles look nothing like what I had seen in the Witch Bible. Dove mutters something to herself. I'm not afraid like they are. The temperature around me drops. I almost expect my breath to cloud my face when I exhale. Just what is Dove trying to create? Dove drifts back to the desk, but doesn't sit back down. She just stands there instead, completely lost in thought. I look around the room, feeling awkward in the silence. Eager to not sit in it for a second longer, I stand and get ready to wander off. I turn back and give Dove one last glance before trotting away. I wander around the library, observing the piles of dusty books on the floor and the worn spines that crowd the shelves. One book in particular captures my attention. I take nimble steps closer to inspect a strange object hugging a book on the bottom shelf. It resembles a spider with long bony appendages that stretch around the cover. Something about it fills me with unease. I start to back away when, out of nowhere, I'm thrown onto the floor and air is knocked out of my lungs. I let out a yelp, quickly realizing that was a mistake. Something wraps tightly around me, constricting my movement and making it difficult to breathe. The more I struggle, the tighter the grip becomes. My eyes begin to sting as I catch a glance of the strange book I saw earlier. The cover is now bared. The spider-like object had wrapped around its spine is now crushing me with its limbs. The footsteps rapidly reach my ears, and I see Dove appearing around the corner of the bookshelf. I could see the look of surprise etched on her face. A strange reaction to see me get crushed to death. I thought he got rid of that! She finally shows panic when I let out a pained bark. Dove rushes over and drops to her knees. I can feel her bony hands trying to dig under the spider's legs, but it digs into my flesh in the process. She pulls her hands back and bites her lip. I then feel her grabbing me again, hauling me into the air. Just hold on, I can fix this. Her confidence is betrayed by her wavering voice. Is this it for me? It's a miracle I even made it this far, at least. My breathing quickens. No, I don't want to die like this. I thrash my body in Dove's arms, fighting back against a constricting creature. I can feel my vision turning fuzzy as Dove bursts into a room I've never been in before. She slips onto something that sounds like paper, sending us both tumbling onto the floor. I let out a weak cry, while Dove lands hard on her hands and knees. The spider continues to tighten its grip. Dove wastes no time running over to a shelf to rifle through bottles and drawers for something. When she finally finds what she's looking for, she quickly reads a tag attached to it and hurries back to me. I see her uncork a bottle with a swirling purple liquid before pouring its contents onto me. I feel a searing heat drop onto my skin as the spider screeches. I howl in agony when some of the liquid drops onto me and Dove releases a gasp. I'm sorry, I didn't mean it to get it on you. I whimper to cope with the pain. The only relief I can feel is the loss of suffocating pressure around me. Dove moves away to retrieve a cloth and clumsily dabs at the stray purple fluids that had gotten onto my fur, making them sting even more. When she leaves my sight again, I look to my side and see the spider-looking object curled onto itself and unmoving. Dove stops for a moment, stumbling in the process, and gives it her attention as well. I'm not sure how I expected her to feel over the aggressive little creature that almost killed me, but the face she makes catches me off guard. She looks like she's in mourning. Dove nudges the spider with her foot. I hold my breath in fear that it will spring back to life and make a second attempt to take my life. What a shame. My head perks up. That was my first successful spell. My blood runs cold. What does she mean? You've seen quite a few of my spells by now. Dove looks down at her hands and starts counting fingers. The rose bush, the viper cage, the book spine. The sound of something tapping against glass makes me snap my head around. Up on the shelf, I spot what seems to be the source of the noise. Crimson-cloaked moths thrash around in a jar. Dove also looks up at them. Oh, those are mine as well. Cute, aren't they? I gave them the raw meat you didn't want to eat, so they're probably hungry again. She gives me a small smile and nausea ripples through me. These things are a success to her? She created these horrific creatures? That shouldn't even be possible. Dove can't use magic, can she? No, I doubt it. I feel my mind racing. If she was not the one who created them, then who did? I hear Dove fuss around the room once again, and I take in my surroundings. It appears to be some kind of study or lab. Shelves and cabinets line the walls, filled with jars and bottles. The air is thick with the strong smell of herbs, fresh and stale all at once. It's almost overwhelming. When I look to the very back of the dark room, I let out a yelp. Light pours in from a small window and disturbingly outlines an arrangement of skulls around a dark frame. It looks like a mirror, but the surface of the glass is dull and doesn't reflect anything very well. The eye sockets of the animal skulls are shrouded in shadow, but they give me the creeping sensation of being observed. A familiar feeling I brush off with a small body shake. It's a witch's shrine. Dove's voice frightens me out of my thoughts. She kneels beside me, looking conflicted. In her hands is a small jar. With a twist of her wrist, she unscrews the lid, revealing a pale green paste inside. This will help your burns. I cower away from her just as she tries to reach for me. I crash into something hard as I hide underneath the nearest table. Dove retracts her hand and presses it into her lap. I stare at her with wide eyes and crouch close to the ground, sheltered by the shadows. She opens her mouth to say something, but her words get stuck in her throat when her eyes catch on something behind me. She squints briefly before widening her eyes with recognition. She shoots forward. I yelp and scatter away to avoid her. While my body is pressed against the wall, I look to see if Dove has followed me. I get her in my sight, but her focus isn't on me at all. In fact, the mysterious thing under the table has her completely distracted. It scraps against the floor as she drags it out. A box. It's beautiful. Rose and thorn motifs decorate the smooth, stark wood. Dove regards it open-mouthed and snaps the chest open so abruptly that it hips back slightly. She slowly pulls something out of the box. I take a small step closer to see it more clearly. In her hand, it is a small, bloody pouch. I read a single word on the label attached to it. Babel. I feel a chill crawl up my spine. What is that? I swallow heavily as I begin to imagine the worst. It couldn't be. I pad up to the box and shrink back when I see the contents that lay in its wet velvet lining. Bile rises in my throat at the sight of human remains. My eyes start between the objects in the box. A clutch of dark hair tied together with a ribbon, a small bone, and another bloody pouch, all with paper tags attached to them. I don't need to read the rest of the labels to know what's written on them. Names. The names of all the ghosts that haunt this home, except for one. Dove still holds up Babble's pouch in her hands. A blank expression paints her face, but with closer inspection I can see a faint tremble in her hands. She quickly tosses the pouch back into the chest and slams it to a close. She slides it back under the table, then stands up and makes her way out of the study. I stand there frozen, briefly forgetting how to remove my feet. Eventually, I trail out behind her. Reluctantly slow, because I don't know what else there is to do. When I step out into the hall, Dove is nowhere to be seen. I look around, searching for a sign of where she might have gone. Everywhere I look offers no hint. I whine, then start navigating through the confusing hallways as best as I can from memory. Eventually, I find Dove's bedroom. Dove is not here. I find myself feeling relieved and troubled. I walk over to the spot I slept the night before, drop down, and listen to the noises of the house until I fall asleep. It's dark when I wake up again. I look around and I don't see nor hear a sign of Dove. A knot in my stomach forces me to get up. Being unaware of Dove's whereabouts fills me with anxiety. Being near her makes me feel like the horrors are with me instead of against me. I return to the labyrinth of hallways and walk around, keeping all of my senses alert. I start to reconsider my decision to walk around the mansion at night again, especially alone. Evening seems to be the time when she likes to walk around. As if I had spoken her into existence, a wet drag comes from behind me. I freeze in my tracks. There's a familiar tapping sound nearby. I see the hidden door leading to the roof next to me. I don't bother looking behind me and head straight for the door. I go straight up the stairs and to the roof. Unlike the last time I was here, a clear night sky spans up high above me. Stars dot the sky, and for a moment I forget all about all the things I was scared of. Everything I see the night sky, I feel so small under its grandeur. When Dove spoke about magic earlier, I was frightened by how much it revolved around death. Before learning about it, I had always thought magic felt like this. Like it was art that could capture the spark of small joys. I rebelliously steal more time to admire the stars and breathe in deeply, slowly. For even just a second, I want to remember how to sit still and get lost in everything I'm feeling. I want to gulp down the humid summer air, feel the gentle night breeze brush against my fur, smell the sap from the trees, listen the crickets ringing in my ears, and memorize the placement of every star I can see. Every blissful and uncomfortable sensation, I let it all sink into me. They all remind me that I'm still alive, and I hold on to that so tightly, because I'm so afraid of what I'll become if I can no longer see goodness when it's in front of me. The longer I stare at the sky, however, I squint. The stars seem so close. Something pulls me back to reality. I hear a voice. I turn my head and see a faint light. It's coming from the greenhouse. Poor little things. Don't you think, Babel? These ugly things keep consuming everything like a vengeful spirit. I'll never see what's so interesting about something so boring like weeds. Flowers are pretty, but their beauty is so fleeting. I try to make these ones last longer, but they still end up dying when they're cut from their bush. I enter the greenhouse quietly. Dove stands by the giant rose bushes with a lantern at her feet. Meanwhile, Babel busies itself nearby with a watering can. Is this where she's been all day? Dove hasn't noticed me yet. She takes a peek at Abel and makes a downcast face before looking back at her roses. Babel, do you remember when you let me plant seeds to grow tomatoes? Dove prods at a rose bulb and pulls her hand back before it can sink its teeth into her flesh. No matter what I did or how much you helped me, I couldn't even get it to bud. Babel gives no response. It quietly sets its watering can down and starts meticulously weeding the flower beds. You still put in so much effort to take care of these silly plants. I don't understand why. I spent so many hours in here just watching you, yet I can't even name anything. If I told you to let everything die, would you finally rest? Do you even know how to do anything else anymore? Dove moves to face Babel. You should have just left his stupid mushrooms alone. Then you wouldn't be stuck in this cursed state. Babel straightens up, then holds out a bundle of flowers in front of Dove. Now that I have a chance to look, I notice that there's actually a variety of flowers in this greenhouse. Roses, daffodils, lilacs. Something that looks like lilacs but with different shaped petals. It definitely isn't a lilac, but its blooms do sprout in an interesting way. Perhaps I could find out what it is later. My grandmother didn't like teaching me about magic, but she was always willing to entertain my botanical curiosities. The ones Babel offers Dove are bleeding hearts, scientifically known as Dicentra spectabilis. I've always been fascinated by them because of their unique shape, their arching stems and their hanging blooms that are shaped just like hearts. My grandmother explained one of the things they symbolized: unconditional love. Their meaning filled me with warmth when I heard it for the first time. I immediately wanted to learn more about it, so I did my own research on it and read through one of her books on the language of flowers. I learned bleeding hearts also represented something else: heartbreak. Dove stands so still that I think she's somehow turned into a statue. On the surface, Dove is calm and collected, but behind her gentle visage lives a merciless beast harboring in the trenches of her emotions. Dove shoots her hand out to smack the flowers out of Babel's gentle grip, letting them fall at her feet. Babel tends down and delicately picks up each stem again. Dove's cheeks grow splotchy with red, and she holds her dress in tight fists. Can't you just be here with me? I hear her voice crack. Dove pinches her eyes closed. Or have you already been gone for a long time? I can't watch this any longer. The dead are never meant to stay longer than they're supposed to, despite some of their efforts in doing so, and despite the efforts of those that are not ready for them to depart. People never realize until they've lost someone forever. But the dead will immortalize themselves in your thoughts, whether you want them to or not. The emptiness they leave behind tends to grow into a mold you can never ignore. Body, soul, those can be gone, but memories, those cannot be killed. I twist around and take off, knowing what needs to be done. I hear Dove make a small noise behind me. My retreat must have tipped her off to my presence. You... No! Don't! Her distressed scream almost makes me stop dead in my tracks, but I carry onward. I have a feeling I need to pause here. I race into the study and skid to a halt in front of the box under the table. I hear the thud of footsteps running after me. Using my paws, I claw and shove at the chest until it falls over and the lid pops open, spilling the contents out. I quickly scan through the pieces of papers attached to the remains. When I spot Babel's pouch, I grab it with my mouth and turn to sprint for the door. Dove stands there out of breath, clutching onto the door frame. She glares at me and walks forward. Bad dog! Drop it!
I clench my jaw tighter and stand my ground. You have to let them be free. I try to plead to her with my eyes. Doves takes a step forward and I take a step back. She holds her hand out towards me. Give it back. I need it. Dove lets out a blood-curdling scream when I tear my teeth into her arm. Red blossoms through the sleeve of her white gown and blood drips from her down her arm and onto the floor. She pulls back, touching the wound. My ears droop at the sight of the dark strips that cascade down her colorless cheeks. Dove's face darkens and her jaw tightens. She furiously wipes the tears from her face and turns away from me. I stare at Dove's hand, but something behind her catches my eye instantly. Dove twists her head around. We both see Babel lumbering through the hall holding an arrangement of flowers. I can see her eating arm get shoved the back of her mind as it falls limp at her side. She starts chasing after the ghost, and I'm hot on her heels behind her. The two of us step out into the hallway and trail after Babel. Babel takes its time moving around the manor. It stops at every empty vase on a table and places a fresh flower in each one, slipping into rooms and adding pops of color to spaces devoid of it. Dev and I observe it without saying a word. With every flower addition, Babel brings brightness to even the darkest corners. When it finishes its rounds, it returns to the rooftop. Babel kneels before a cluster of violets and toggles a leaf side to side until it's pulled free from the soil. It then stands up and moves to a bench, wrapping one of its tendrils around a small knife in the process. It makes a small cut on the stem, then gently places it in a jar of water. I look up at Dove, who watches with lowered brows and narrowed eyes. I lift a paw and brush it against her skirt. She looks down at me from the corner of her eye. I take a deep breath. I face her and tip my nose up, with Babel's belonging still in my mouth. Dove lowers her hand and drops the pouch into it. I then look back up at her. Your friend works so hard to bring you peace. Don't you want to show it your appreciation? Dove's breath hitches on her lip trembles. She stands up straight, dragging her feet towards a lantern she had placed near the rose bush. I follow Dove from behind. She slowly kneels before the fluttering flame encased in the glass. She calmly opens the lantern door and silently watches the flame with Babel's pouch on her lap. I can sense her mind racing behind her eyes, desperately trying to dig her nails into any excuse that will delay her next move. Her throat bobs, then she turns her head to look back at Babel. It hovers around jars of other propagating plants, none the wiser to what she's about to do. Dove faces the lantern again and squeezes her eyes closed. When she opens them again, her face is collected. She carefully brings the pouch to the fire and holds the edge in it until it catches. The brightness of the flame reflects in her pale eyes. She places the burning pouch on the tiled floor, and we both watch the silk bag organically burn away, revealing the teeth inside it. They burn slowly, so slowly that I wonder if they'll even be able to burn. Dove does not turn away to look back at Babel even once. Then finally all that's left are ashes and tiny shards. My eyes widen as Dove scoops up the remains in her hands. She shows no sign of pain as the cinders singe her palms. She transfers it all to one hand, then takes a deep and shaky breath before crumbling the remains. Out of nowhere, I hear the faint sound of wind chimes. I look around wondering where the sound had come from and found nothing. Perhaps I had just imagined it. Dove pours the ashes onto the floor. I look behind her. Babel is gone. The next few days after Babel's This appearance passed by uneventfully. By the third day, everything changes. I lay near Dove's feet in the library. I still have yet to find something that will help me leave this place. Maybe the only way to escape is to become a ghost myself. But I have a feeling my freedom wouldn't be guaranteed that way either. Dove sits at her desk staring at notes in the daze. Her pencil has been completely still for a while now. My heart stops. Dove's head snaps up. That sounded exactly like the front door from the day I came here. There's a door. There's a way out. And my arm is fully healed. I bolt it up and shudder with anticipation. My tail wags excitedly. I grab Dove's skirt with my teeth, wanting to waste no time getting to that door. She crouches down and grabs my snout in her hand. You have to hide. I pull back and look at her confused. Why would I hide? This might be my only chance to go home. But when I see the panic in Dove's eyes, I start to wonder why the door has returned. My gaze slowly shifts to the entrance of the library. The floorboards outside of the library creak. Heavy footsteps echo, getting louder and louder. I stare at the door, paralyzed. What are you doing? Move! Dove shoves me with her hands and I spring into action. Or should I hide? I'll... Footsteps strike right outside the door. I hurry behind a bookshelf and lower myself to the floor as flat as I can. The door creaks open and someone walks in. I try to control my rapid breathing out of fear that I will betray my concealed position. I peek through the gaps. What I see haunts me. A tall gentleman enters the library, still in his outerwear with a cane tucked under his arm. I watched as he approached Dove. I see her casually step in front of the notes she has scattered on the desk. The man takes off his top hat and holds it against his hip. I feel like my heart jumps out of my chest when I see his eyes. Dove resembles him a lot. They both have pale skin and inky black hair that spikes out like a lion's mane. What sets them apart, though, are their eyes. Dove's eyes are the blue of glaciers, but all his eyes. It's said that animals that are brightly colored because of their toxicity are mostly active at night. That seems fitting for this man, because his eyes are the scarlet of a poisonous frog. A warning outlined by the dark markings that cover the hollow of his eyes. I've seen markings like that before. Every witch has them. When he speaks, I almost yelp in surprise. Where is Hypatia? My nails curl. His voice was the one I heard when I first arrived here. But more importantly, Hypatia? Who's that? Is there still someone I have yet to meet in this house of curiosities? It unsettles me to think so. Around, I'm sure. My brows draw together. No hello? The man nods and turns to leave just as quickly as he came. But then he stops for a brief moment. He reaches into his coat and produces a small lantern with a glowing green flame. Here's something that was on your list. He places the lantern on Dove's desk with a light tap. His eyes briefly catch on Dove's notes, and I see her go stiff. You've been busy. It's nothing. Of course it is. The man steps away and makes his way to the door again. You should know better by now. He gives Dove one last glance. Why don't you find something better to do, instead of wasting your time? Dove's eyes tweak, but her overall expression remains blank. I stare in disbelief as he leaves without another word. Once he's gone, Dove stands rooted to her spot. Her face is blank and her eyes are unfocused. My ears twitch and follow the new noises in the house. Footsteps fade to another section of the mansion. I can hear the sound of a door clicking to a close. Dove finally moves again and picks up the handle of the lantern. She looks down at me right as I meekly come out of my hiding spot. Let's go, quietly. When we get to the kitchen, Dove places the small lantern on the table. Then she opens the glass and blows out the flame. The smoke begins to fill the room. It clouds the kitchen so quickly that I don't even have time to hold my breath. I expect a dry burn in my lungs, but instead the smell of petrichor tickles my nose. When the smoke clears, boxes, bags, and crates have appeared out of nowhere all over the table and floor. My eyes widen in awe and my tail starts wagging excitedly. I start sniffing at boxes and peeking into bags, while Dove starts digging through the crates. I sit and watch as she pulls out shiny new incandescent bulbs and sets them down on the kitchen table. She opens up everything before she starts sorting them. Out of one box, she pulls out a new dress and a polished shoes. They're both pretty and frilly, but Dove gives them a sour look and shoves them back in their boxes before moving on to the next thing. I remember the witch had mentioned getting everything on the list, to which I assume was prepared by Dove. Is the new fashion not in her style? Or were they things she didn't ask for? I haven't seen Dove wear anything besides her sleepwear. She probably doesn't see the point in getting dressed, considering all her activities are forcefully indoors based. In another box, she lights up at the sight of new books. She fans the pages and takes a deep inhale. Her face lights up with glee as she basks in the new book smell. She gathers all of the food and sorts them into separate piles. One pile is for the cold cellar, the other for the pantry. She pulls something out of a paper bag and her mouth stretches into a big smile. She then looks down at me as I tilt my head in question. I'll treat you to something tasty today. Dove flashes a quick glance at the hallway, then crouches down. Follow me and be light on your paws. Dove starts down the hallway, balancing on the balls of her feet with practiced ease. I feel uneasy about this new need to sneak around the house. I've been here long enough to the point where I'm almost used to the monsters that live here. But now I'm learning that these monsters have something to be wary of. When we enter the greenhouse, Dove stops at the entrance. I look back at her in confusion. Her eyes stare blankly. I can see her pupils move around the room in search of something. Her behavior sets me on edge. I turn around to see if there's someone or something here in the greenhouse besides us. There's no one. Nothing. I glance back at Dove. A line forms between her brows before she continues making her way in. She passes by me and silently heads for the violets. Once they're right in front of her, she bends down, reaching for them. I bark in surprise when she starts whipping them all. This is probably the last time I'll get to eat this. We should appreciate Bobble's hard work, right? My ears go flat. I stare at the uprooted flowers that have previously been raised with such care. Everything here is most likely going to rot away. Dove doesn't seem very interested in plants. I can really picture her spending every day here pulling out weeds, knowing how much water every plant needs, or even knowing what fertilizer is. I think she would much rather draw the same statue 1,000 times. It feels like such a shame. Once Dove has picked out all the violets, leaving the soil bare, she stands and gets ready to head back. I try to memorize the site of the vibrant garden as much as I can before I'm forced to catch up to Dove. Dove pauses awkwardly again when we enter the hallway. I freeze up. This time I really think there's something dangerous up ahead. I cautiously peer around Dove's legs. Once again, there is nothing. I snap my head up at Dove. Is she messing with me? Dove continues moving like nothing happened, and I slowly trail behind her. As we continue walking, we pass by a small window. I notice a familiar glass holding a small bundle of roses, its petals already dried up and flaking. My mouth goes dry. We arrive back in the kitchen. Dove starts gathering ingredients and ripping the violet petals from their stems. Meanwhile, a pot of water heating over a fire in the hearth starts to bubble. When steam starts to rise from the pot, Dove places the petals in the snow-worn pot and adds the boiling water. She places a cover over the pot to let the petals steep, then starts to organize and put away all the new supplies. I watch curiously from the floor. I've never eaten flowers before. Dove completes every step with practiced precision. By the time she's finished cleaning up, the violets are ready to be infused with the other ingredients. Dove keeps herself occupied by combining everything. Eventually, she pours the finished product into glass jars. Dove seals 4 jars of violet jelly to be stored away, leaving 1 jar that's only partially filled. I lick my lips and admire the pretty color the violets had made. She grabs a spoon and pops it into the jar, taking it with her as she makes her way to a small package wrapped in twine and paper sitting near the window. We're done here now. Dove sets the jar of violet jelly down on the window seat and unravels the package she had brought. A new quilt unfolds in her hands. She spreads it out on the floor near my water bowl. She settles it into the window seat and I wait a moment before I step onto the blanket. I take a second to savor the softness under my paws before laying down comfortably. Dove scoops up some of the violet jelly and holds a spoon in front of my face. Here, I'll give you the first bite. I give the jelly a sniff, then test it with a small lick. It has such a sweet and floral taste. I lick up the rest greedily. Dove takes the spoon back and stares at the jar of purple jelly. As the sky fades to an all-consuming darkness, I gaze at the heat of stars one last time before I curl into a ball. I can hear the soft crackles coming from the candle that Dove lit earlier. The sound soothes me, and soon enough my eyelids start to feel heavy. I rest my head on my paws and curl my tail around me. I hear Dove's spoon scrape into the glass jar, then the sound of someone sniffling. I think I'm going to take a break from this one. Oh, hey, oh, hey, Blaze the Fire. Sorry I didn't catch you earlier. I think I'll quit for now. Quit this one for now. I'll be sure to put on a poll in case anyone wants me to finish this one. fact, I think I'll do that right now. Okay, I'm gonna take a small break to recover my voice and to see if there's anything else I would like to play. Okay, I am playing another game called Don't Let It Out by... Hold on. By Smile Straw Bunny. Apparently this is a short game that will take like 10 minutes to a half hour. This game could change potentially. Yes. Okay, this game contains body horror, yelling, Oh, hold on! I just realized. Sorry, you must have. Okay. Uh, this game contains body horror, yelling, graphic depictions of self-harm, implied dissociation. Stay safe. I can feel it. It's coming back. I can tell. There's something in my bathroom, or at least it's going to be in my bathroom very soon. I tried getting rid of it, but there's no use. No one else in the house seems to know it yet but me. It can't be killed, but it can be contained. No matter what happens, I can't let it out. Okay. 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 So I guess I just stay here for like 7 minutes? Alright. Uh, what? What is this? And okay. Um, okay then. Okay, I saw a hand there. Well, dang! I'm guessing that's the door. Okay, then. What? What is it? Okay. What happens if I just do not do anything? Okay. I'm gonna turn around and around. This something else is gonna happen. I just know it. Don't turn away. Don't listen. Okay. I'm gonna. If I turn one more time, it's gonna happen again. Nope, I'm not gonna tempt it. I'm not gonna tempt it. And there's a hand right there. I see it. What the heck? Okay. What? Okay, that's cute. That actually freaked me out. Okay. It's fine. It's fine. Okay. Okay. Uh, this. Okay. No. No. Okay, this is normal. Of course it's fine. It's fine. It is fine. It's fine. It is fine. Only a minute left. Nah. Nope, I'm not answering the door. There's only about 20 seconds left. Okay, so 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Okay. Oh no. Oh no. Okay then. So, um, well then. So, next game, next game. Hello everyone, I'm back. And this time I am playing a game called Widgewood Woad. Trying to put this in a position where I can see. Okay. My name is Julia Duane. How can I help you? Oh yeah. The name, uh, this game was made by Milk Bar Lads. Hi, my name is Lou Fushi. I'm a bit concerned about my neighbor, Lisa Hughes. What seems to be the problem with her? This is a bit loud. And then well, I haven't seen her in at least 3 or 4 days now. The last time we saw her, she had just come home from work at 10 o'clock Sunday. She hasn't left her house. Her car is still in her driveway. Have you tried to contact her at all since then? I've tried to call her a few times. I knocked on her door earlier too, no answer. I'm worried. What if something happened to her? Ma'am, I can't promise that she's okay, but we'll figure out what's going on. I need to know where you and your Lisa lived. I live at 51 Widgewood Road. Lisa lives right next door, 53 Widgewood. Alright, we'll have some of our people over there soon. Thank you. I'll go now. Have a nice night. You too, ma'am. We appreciate your concern. Yeah, it was pretty loud. Wait. I should probably have this. Okay. Rachel! I got something for you to take a look at, Rachel. Shouldn't you bring this up with Sheriff Leahy first? Well, I, wasn't able to find him. Right, go on. Well, a lady named Lou Fushi just called here. She said she hasn't seen her neighbor Lisa Hughes in a few days. She saw her come home from work a few nights ago and she hasn't left the house since. Has she already tried contacting her? Said she knocked on the door earlier and tried to call her a few times. Where does Lisa live? 53 Widgewood Road. Widgewood Road. Looks like someone's gonna have to do a welfare check. Hopefully not me. That road is seriously creepy at night. I guess one of us will have to tell Leahy about this. Well, I got no clue where that dude is, so... This building isn't that big. Shouldn't take that long to find him. Good luck with that, bud. See you later. You got way too many of these sitting around. Okay, the same dialogue, okay. intoxication. Yeah. And no, you don't look too bad. If you're trying to flirt with me, get out of... If you're trying to flirt with me to get out of here faster, it isn't working. You'll be out of here by morning anyways. Now, if you'll excuse me, I'm looking for the sheriff. You haven't seen him, or have you? The sheriff? I think I overheard him saying something about going to the archives? Something like that. The archive room, huh? You've actually been more helpful than some of the officers in this building. Hey, don't mention it. I'll be here if you need me. Julia, can't you help me find Mr. Leahy? First of all, that's Officer Dwayne to you. And second of all, I don't know where he is, so no. Alright, first of all, I'm your superior. Second, did you look for him at all? Hey, that's between me and my magazine. You're the worst. I know. Looks like there's an archive room key on Leahy's desk. Hope he doesn't mind me taking it. Ah, shoot. Where is it? Sheriff Leahy? Oh, well, if it isn't Deputy Rachel Collins. How'd he get in here? He left a key in your office. Right, that I did, Rachel. So, what do you need? Well, Officer Dwayne told me she got a call from a woman named Liu Fushi. Her neighbor, Lisa Hughes, hasn't left her house in days. Says she hasn't responded to any of her calls or answered her door at all. Huh. Where does she live? 53 Widgewood Wood. 53 Fushwood Road? Ridgewood. I see. Well, I got nothing on my plate right now. Let's mosey on over there and see what's happening. Alright, I'll be in the parking lot. It's almost 11 o'clock. Shouldn't be too much longer before you get there. Ridgewood Road. For as long as I lived here, I've pretty much only heard bad things about that road. Why is that? You know, rumors about Ridgewood go back a long way. Some decades back, a fella was found strangled to death just off the side of Ridge Road. A couple of other cases similar to that popped up in that area shortly after. The culprit was never found. scraped for DNA and everything. Came back with nothing. Sheesh. But don't let that scare ya. Odds are that this Lisa lady got a cold and decided to hibernate for a few days. Still though, hearing about stuff like that isn't exactly comforting. Well, you know, you should expect to deal with this kind of stuff as an officer. Shouldn't really expect all that much comfort in this line of work. Yeah, I know. It just isn't really the sort of thing you want to hear before a wellness check. You got a point there, Rachel. But really, I feel like things here will turn out fine. Let's hope so. Looks like all the lights in the house are on. Maybe somebody must be home. Lisa, open up. No answer, huh? Guess we'll have to find another way in, right? Yep. Sheriff Leahy, you there? Yeah, I'm here. What do you need? We've got a situation down here at Dale's bar. Some drunk idiot started waving a gun around and now a bunch of people are fighting. We need your help. I'll be there in a minute. Alright, see you then. Sorry, Rachel, but this thing at the bar is a bit more of an immediate concern. It's fine, I get it. I'll just have to find a way in by myself. If everything goes well, I'll meet back up with you here in a couple of hours. You should get going. I'll see you later. See ya. Oh, and before I go, it's dark out here. Take my flashlight. Thanks, Leahy. I'll probably need it. No problem. I'll be going for real now. Guess this is just up to me now. Looks like something I would drive. Garden gnome with no garden, huh? Looks like there's something underneath it. This must be one of the most suspicious patches of dirt I've ever seen. Stay safe, little gnome. Oh, here we go. This might be useful. There was a house key inside the hall. A fan of action movies, but I like this one a bit. This mirror's giving me the creeps. This fireplace looks like it's never actually been used. I'm trying to rest right now. Surprisingly clean. Empty wine bottles. Looks like Lisa's done some drinking over the last few days. Rule Busters on VHS. I was pretty scared of this one back when it came out, but I was a lot younger. Send me yours. This house is a lot bigger on the inside. This door is locked. Okay, this is the bathroom. Reservoir Wolves, great movie. Okay. Why does Lisa have so many of these? Lisa got some good fashion sense. A safe, huh? Hold up. I think that's a bin. That did the trick. I got the second floor key from the safe. That's a huge wardrobe. Looks like it's barely been slept in. Must be a guest bed or something. There's a few empty bottles of coating here. Eh? like it came from downstairs. Wait. Something went out of there and into here. Lord, what happened in here? Found a bedroom key on the ground. Eh? There's codeine tablets all over her bed. The noise downstairs. What's that noise? It sounds like it's coming from somewhere nearby. Okay. Sir? What are you doing in here? Sir, please turn around. Put your hands where I can see them. My whole body hurts. See if I can get up. It's so dark in here. What happened? Gotta get out of here. I think the entrance was just down the hall. This thing isn't budging. There's something very wrong going on here. Where's that coming from? See it? He is behind the door. He is behind the door. Run. Please stop chasing me. That person on the phone, it seemed like they were trying to help me. They said to find 3 mirror fragments to put a mirror back together. I guess there isn't anything else I can And the bedroom door is gone. Ah! He failed. He has reclaimed the mirror fragments. Get up and return to the house. I can't tell if I'm... Okay. I can't tell if I'm supposed to go... There we go.